Good afternoon, soon to be turned evening, from America's Classic Ballpark, FirstEnergy Stadium, as we are getting set for game number 2 of 3 of this season opening weekend series between the Reading Fightin Phils and the Portland Sea Dogs. Welcome to the pregame show here on the Reading Fightin Phils Radio Network. My name is Jake Starr. Bob McCool will be joining us in just a little bit, and it is a bit of an overcast, bit of a chilly afternoon turned evening here in Baseball Town. I know there was some precipitation earlier in the day. Looks like a lot of that has cleared out as we get set for first pitch in about 15 minutes time from now. And for tonight's game, the Fightin Phils, they're looking to bounce back. Things looked pretty promising early on in last night's ball game for the Fightin Phils. They had a 5-1 lead, but it was a lot of unanswered runs from the Sea Dogs that ultimately led them to a 14-6 win. Reading had lots of hits, but the bullpen had some struggles, and ultimately it led to the first loss of the season for Reading, and they'll look to bounce back tonight. So that's kind of where we stand right now. We'll step aside for a moment. When we come back, we had a chance to catch up with Fightin Phils outfielder Marcus Lee-Sang in today's pre-game interview. That conversation with Marcus Lee-Sang is coming up right after this here on the pregame show on the Reading Fightin Phils Radio Network. Back on the pregame show here on the Reading Fightin Phillies radio network on 830 WEEU.com. I'm Jake Starr, joined alongside by Bob McCool. And once again, a big thank you to Marcus Lee Sang, who joined us on our pregame show prior to today's game against the Portland Sea Dogs. First pitch coming up in just a couple of moments. Managers Al Padrique and Chad Epperson both just wrapped up the meeting at the home plate dirt circle with the umpires. And Bob, I welcome you in now, and it's going to take better effort tonight, definitely on the pitching side of things. I mean, for Reading, the message probably has to be pretty clear. Go out there, attack the zone, and force them to beat you with the bats.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty simple fix if you think about it from the Phil's perspective, and that is just throwing strikes. And it started, Gene Cabrera pitched a decent game, but he did have the 4 walks. But ultimately, when he turned it over to the bullpen in the 5th, and it just kind of mushroomed from the 6th inning on, a lot of base on balls, hit batters as well. And so it kind of exploded on the Fightin Phils in a hurry in last night's game. But even though when it's all said and done, you look at the offense and you put 6 runs up across, they left a ton of men on base, 12 as a matter of fact. Left the bases loaded in 2 separate innings, including the first inning. It's just those are kind of moments where you can demoralize a team a little bit when you have that opportunity. The Phils didn't capitalize, getting some big hits and some big opportunities. So as we've found out covering this game for the last couple seasons, Jake, the beauty of it all is the sun will come out tomorrow and we'll play another game. Well, the sun's not out, but it is another game.
Sun,
but there is another game to play, and it's only game 1, and there's a lot of things to fix. But it's just a little bit frustrating. You get yourself all keyed up for game number 1, and you didn't perform the way you prefer.
While we wait the Fightin Phils to take the field, we'll give you today's lineups presented by Golden Oaks Landscaping. First for the visiting Sea Dogs, Mikey Romero leads off at shortstop. Max Ferguson second to DH. Distinction Garcia is third and center. Blaze Jordan bats fourth at first base. Ronald Rosario fifth to catcher. Luis Rivello at third base bats sixth. Caden Rose is seventh in left field. Corey Rozier bats eighth in right. And Abram Liendo bats ninth and plays second base. On the mound for the Sea Dogs is David Sandlin. On the other side for the Fightin Phils, Trent Farquhar leads off at second base. Robert Moore bats second, plays shortstop. Leandro Pineda is third in right field. Keaton Anthony back in the lineup, bats fourth at first base. Hendry Mendez is fifth in left field. Luis Verdugo is sixth, the third baseman. Paul McIntosh bats seventh, his first start of the year, whole catch. Marcus Lee Sang also in the lineup for the first time this year is eighth, the DH, and ninth is Kate Fergus, who didn't play as a hitter in yesterday's game, but he did pitch, went a third of an inning, walked the batter, but gave up no runs in his third of an inning of work. Well, the Fightin Phils, led by starting pitcher Gabe Moser, have taken the field, and we are about ready for the national anthem here from Baseball Town. That'll conclude our pregame show. Reading and Portland about to come up, and when we come back, Bob McCool will have the call of the Fightin Phils and Sea Dogs coming up right after this here on the Fightin Phils Radio Network.
And a good evening, everyone, and welcome to FirstEnergy Stadium, the Westchester Children's Chorus, with our rendition of tonight's anthem, and to be followed by a sound that you'll hear before this season is over at least once or twice, the sound of fireworks in the air. It is time for baseball in Game 2 of this three-game series between the Reading Fightin Phils and the Portland Sea Dogs. If you missed it last night, the Sea Dogs won Game 1 of this series. After Reading had jumped out to a 5-1 advantage, Portland came back and it took Game 1 with a 14-6 final score. Alongside Jake Starr, my name is Bob McCool, and this is the lineup that manager Chad Epperson will run out here in Game 2 for the Sea Dogs. Mikey Romero back in leadoff spot. He will play shortstop. Max Ferguson, who had a good night last night, moves up a little bit further into the order, and he will be the designated hitter tonight, batting second. Distinction Garcia bats third and is in center field. Blaze Jordan back in the cleanup spot at first base. Ronald Rosario, who was the designated hitter last night for the Sea Dogs, is behind the plate and batting fifth. Luis Ravello in the lineup for the first time. He is batting sixth and at third base. Caden Rose bats seventh and plays left field. Corey Rozier, who had the big hit of the night last night, will be batting eighth and in right field. And Abram Leyendo bats ninth and is at second base. That lineup will be facing a veteran right-hander, Gabe Moser, for the Reading Fightin Phils.
Gabe Moser, 28-year-old from not too far away from here, Allentown, Pennsylvania. Went to Parkland High School, played his college ball in Shippensburg of the PSAC, and was a draft pick in the 27th round in 2018 by the Padres. That's the only organization he knew throughout his entire career. Became a free agent this offseason, signed with the Phillies, and he spent all of last year of AAA El Paso. 7-7 record, 5.40 ERA, 28 appearances, 26 starts, 133 and a third innings pitched. Bob, he is a workhorse, and the hope is he can get you a lot of innings today.
Our first pitch about to be delivered here at FirstEnergy Stadium, and 5:19 is our first pitch, and that first pitch from Gabe Moser is over for a called strike. Today's game time temperature, thanks to the good folks at All Temp Enterprises, is 55 degrees. Wind is at about 4 or 5 miles an hour with gusts up to 10 miles per hour. Romero with a healthy cut, fouls it straight back, and Gabe Moser quickly works ahead. No balls and 2 strikes. Romero off to a good start last night with a 2-for-4 night, including a double and a home run. He also walked 2 times, so had some struggles in the field, but made up for it with the stick on base 4 times out of the leadoff spot. Also drove in 4 runs as well. 0-2 pitch coming from Gabe Moser. Beats this one foul and off the side of the Savage 61 dugout sweep. Stays at no balls and 2 strikes.
And look, that's going to be a key today for Moser and whoever else comes in after him. You got to get ahead in the count, because we saw what happened when you fall behind. You saw what happened when you give free passes. 13 of them last night issued by Fightin's Phils pitching. You got to be around the zone today.
0-2 pitch coming from Moser. Joss misses, and it's 1-2. May have been a bit low.
It's not a bad spot at all, though,
No.
the 0-2 pitch. Good night last night for Romero. A couple of hits, had a home run.
1-2 pitch. This one foul straight back and over our heads as Romero stays alive. The defense behind Gabe Moser, Hendry Mendez is back in left field. Keith Fergus is in center field. Leandro Pineda is in right. Keaton Anthony is at first base. Trent Farquhar at second. Robert Moore gets to start at shortstop. Luis Verdugo back at third. And Paul McIntosh behind the plate. Swing and a miss. And that is strike 3. Gabe Moser starts the ball game with a strikeout.
Now, a good start for Moser. Was attacking the zone, was around the zone the entire time. Went off speed, 86 on that last pitch. And Romero just couldn't do much with it.
So they'll bring up Max Ferguson, who batted in the 6th spot last night, but after going 3 for 4 and adding a couple of walks into the mix, he's moved up into the 2-hole tonight. Then the left-hand hitter facing Moser, and Moser starts him just like he did with Romero for a strike. So Moser, to this point in time, has thrown 7 pitches. 6 of them have been for strikes. And right back quickly with his 0-1 pitch. And this one, a broken bat, 1 hopper right to Verdugo. The third baseman will make the play in plenty of time for out number 2.
What's our broken bat count up to this week? And it's got to be at least a handful at this point, right?
It depends. Yeah, it's well over. It's got to be at least. I would say there was 5 last night, so I'm going to safely say 6 for sure with that one. And they haven't been easy. I mean, they haven't been. There's been a couple. I mean, Trent Farquhar had one last night where he wasn't sure. Most of them they've been sure because they've been shattered. That'll bring you Stinson Garcia to the plate. He was 1 for 3 last night, but on base 4 times by the addition of the walks. As Jake said, not only did the Fightin' Phils walk 13 last night, but they also hit 3 batters on top of it. A 1 pitch now coming from Moser, working quickly, and Garcia lifts this one straight away, right center field. Long run for Fergus. He'll give way to the right fielder Pineda, who'll make the catch, and that will do it as the Sea Dogs go in order in the first. 1, 2, 3 goes Portland, and when we come back to Baseball Town, the home team bats for the first time. Here is tonight's lineup for the Reading Fightin' Phils, and a couple of changes for manager Al Padrinque, but Trent Farquhar is back in the leadoff spot. Robert Moore bats second. Aiden Miller not in tonight's lineup. Leandro Pineda back in the 3-hole. He is in right field. Keaton Anthony back in the cleanup spot. He bats fifth. Keaton Anthony bats cleanup. Hendry Mendez bats fifth. He's in left field. Luis Verdugo is batting sixth. He's at third base. Paul McIntosh behind the plate is batting seventh. Marcus Lee Sang in the lineup tonight as the designated hitter and batting eighth. And Cade Fergus bats ninth. That lineup is facing 24-year-old right-hander for the Sea Dogs, David Sandlin.
David Sandlin, who was drafted by the Royals, came to the Red Sox a couple of years ago in a trade that sent John Schreiber back to Kansas City, pitched between Greenville and Portland last year.
First pitch to the left-hand hitting Trent Farquhar is up and away for a ball.
Between the two stops, 18 starts, 0-4, 5.34 ERA. Just 51 and a third innings pitched in total, 60 hits, 38 runs, 32 earned, 14 walks, 64 strikeouts.
Big cut for Farquhar on the 1-0 pitch. He comes up empty. It's 1-1. Fastball at 96 from Sandlin. 6'4", 215-pound right-hander. Native of Oklahoma, plays college baseball for the Sooners as Farquhar fouls this one away and up and over the 67 club and out of play. 75th year of baseball here in Baseball Town. This place has never looked so good. Each and every year you look for and find the new additions, the new changes here at FirstEnergy Stadium. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Farquhar. Way up high, it's 2-2. Of course, the additions this year, one of the biggest changes is the team store that is now like 3 times as big as it used to be. And despite that, it was still a sardine can last night. 2 balls and 2 strikes, up and in, spins Farquhar off the plate. It's 3-2. But it is jammed full of stuff. So whether you come out here before, during, or after a game, the team store has plenty of merchandise available in 2025. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Trent Farquhar. This one line on a hop, backs up the second baseman Lando, and he'll make the play in time for out number 1.
Trent Farquhar looked like a quarterback with the hand warmer thing, I believe, around his back. I just took a look at it. I thought it was a back brace at first, but then it looked like, nope, looks like a quarterback with the hand warmers.
He played at Michigan State. You know, maybe he went to maybe he's just used to playing with it. This will bring Robert Moore to the plate. Moore batting for the first time in 2025 at the night off last night. Takes this one for a ball. Moore, the switch hitter. One of 5 left-handed batters in Al Padrique's lineup tonight. The skipper coaching in the third base box. Michael Jones coaching at first base for the Fightins. 1-0 pitch is up high again. It's 2-0. The defense behind Sandlin. Caden Rose is in left field. Distinction Garcia is in center. Corey Rozier is in right field. Blaze Jordan at first. Leendo at second. As Sandlin misses again, it's 3-0. Mikey Romero is at shortstop. Luis Ravello is at third. And Ronald Rosario behind the plate. 3 balls and no strikes to Robert Moore. And that's there for a called strike. Moore, no doubt, taking all the way. The 3-1 pitch is up high again. It's ball 4. So Robert Moore is our game's first base runner. Very patient at bat for Moore.
That's a good plate appearance by Moore because it's something we talked about on Tuesday. I believe we touched on it last night. Moore kind of just staying more within himself this year is going to be such a big key. Getting bunts down, just making contact, using his speed, using his bat-to-ball skills, and not just trying to drive it every time.
That'll bring Leandro Pineda to the plate. And again, Sandlin misses up high. Pineda 2 for 5 last night with a single and a double. Also scored a couple of runs. Another of the left-handed hitters. 1-0 pitch to him. Started and stopped. That's maybe the first slider we've seen from Sandlin. And Pineda, I don't think, was expecting it. And he takes it for a strike 1. Good size lead for Moore off of first. Pitch to the plate, another off-speed pitch, and Pineda way out in front of it. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Pineda, another of the native Venezuelans on this Fightin' Phil's roster, 22 years old. 1-2 pitch to him, another off-speed pitch, and he comes up empty, strike 3, and Pineda is a strikeout victim. That's 2 down here in the first. So that will bring Keaton Anthony to the plate. Anthony also with a good night at the plate last night with a couple of hits and a walk, on base 3 times in 5 plate appearances. With Moore at first base now and 2 outs. The right-handed hitter Keaton Anthony steps in. And he takes this one up high. So the fastballs from Sandlin have been high. Did a much better job with the slider in that at bat with Pineda. And threw strikes and had Pineda off balance. This one a late swing, and Anthony fouls it out of play. It's 1 ball and 1 strike to Keaton Anthony.
Good night for Anthony last night. Couple of hits, couple of runs scored. Also drove in a run.
From the stretch, Sandlin delivers. Big swing, no contact. Maybe you got a piece of that. Doesn't matter. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes to Anthony. See if Moore doesn't take off here. The 1 ball and 2 strike count.
I think this would be an opportune time. I don't think Reading ran at all last night. They didn't steal any bases. So see if Moore tries to test them here.
Not yet. Pitch is up high. It's 2-2.
97 on that fastball from David Sandlin.
Keaton Anthony last year played at 3 different levels in the Phillies organization. Clearwater, Jersey Shore, and then finished up here in Reading. 2-2 pitch to him. Misses outside. Count is 3-2. Well, now we know Robert Moore will be off and running with the count full and 2 outs here in the first.
Won't count as a stolen base, though.
Pitch, foul tipped, and Rosario holds on for strike 3, and that will do it for the Phils here in the first. For Reading, no hit, no runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left, 1 complete in Reading. It's the Sea Dogs nothing, the Fightin' Phils nothing. Top half of the second inning as Gabe Moser with a very efficient inning number 1 will face 4, 5, and 6 in inning number 2. It'll be Blaze Jordan, Ronald Rosario, and Luis Ravello. Jordan 0 for 3 last night, but did get on base 3 times. 2 by walks and 1 by hit by pitch. And the first pitch from Moser is there for a called strike. And the second is right there as well. Moser not just throwing strikes, but pitching extremely quick as well. Stands on the mound, gets his sign from Paul McIntosh, winds and delivers 0-2 pitch. Just a bit outside as Jordan lays off.
I mean, look, after a game last night that was 3-16, I believe, I'll take a pitcher who works a little quick.
I am perfectly fine with that. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Back comes Moser. Breaking ball this time is fouled out of play, and it's still 1 ball and 2 strikes. International Fireworks is the official sponsor of the Our Phil's Fireworks Show during the 2025 season. Head to their store at 242 Sycamore Road in Douglasville or visit fireworks at rus.com. 1-2 pitch from Moser. A little slow tapper, back to the mound on a hop. Moser will take it, toss it to Keaton Anthony. 1 down in the second.
Couple of thoughts. One, he's quick, but no one was ever as quick as Tyler Phillips when he was here. And
Not when he was locked in, that's for sure.
And 2, it might be because I'm viewing it from like a distance, but like his frame and kind of the way he throws a little bit reminds me of Max Lazar. Maybe not as how he throws. Lazar was more over the top, but just like Moser's frame and his windup kind of is reminiscent of Lazar.
First pitch to Ronald Rosario is a bit low, I believe, for a ball. It's 1-0. First time he has not gotten ahead of the hitter. Rosario 0 for 5 in last night's game. 1-0 pitch to him is a bit high this time. It's 2-0. As Jake said, Gabe Moser played his high school baseball at Parkland High School in the Lehigh Valley. 2-0 pitch from him is there for a called strike. Did get a chance to call a couple of his games when he was at Parkland. Led the Trojans to a district championship in his 2014, his senior season, before going off to play at Shippensburg. 2-1 pitch from him is there for a called strike 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 27th round draft pick of the San Diego Padres, but stuck around with the Padres organization right up until the end of last season, before he signs as a minor league free agent with the Phillies. 2-2 pitch from him. Checked his swing, but he did not. He went around, and that's strike 3 and out number 2 here in the second.
Really good stuff by Gabe Moser so far early. He's, like we said, he's efficient. He's attacking the zone. He's staying ahead in counts, and that's what you love to see.
So he has quickly got 2 outs here in the second for Luis Ravello. Batting for the first time, did not play in last night's game. Switch hitter batting left against Moser, and he also starts and stops. They do not appeal.
And it was not caught a strike either.
Ball 1. Brian Law's calling the balls and strikes tonight. Garrett Nelson is at first base. Josiah Shepard is at third base. 1-0 to Ravello, and that's there for a called strike. One pitch. Misses just outside. So a couple of things with stories, especially from the Lehigh Valley media, from Gabe Moser after he signed with the Phillies, that he was looking forward to pitching at AAA and playing at Coca-Cola Park. 2-1 pitch is inside corner for a called strike. So an opportunity for him. He said, I got a chance to play there a couple times in high school. And looking forward to coming back there and pitching. And here he is. He's still pretty close to home, but not in his hometown. 2-2. Little fister up the middle and through for a base hit. And the Sea Dogs have their first hit of the night. A 2-out single from Luis Ravello.
Sounded like another broken bat, too. And after that pitch, Moser locally kind of threw his arms up and kind of laughed a little bit. I think that was more of like, hey, I made my pitch. I made it and hit it softly, and I went through the middle. Like, what more can I do? It's just good luck that you found the hole.
So that will bring Caden Rose to the plate. Rose did not start the game, but he came on as a replacement for Alan Castro, who hurt his shoulder diving for a ball in the gap. And Rose ended up going 1 for 3 in last night's game. Takes the first pitch, a big swing at the first pitch, and comes up empty. No balls and a strike to the 7-hole hitter. Man at first, 2 outs, bottom of the second, scoreless tie. Moser pitching from the stretch for the first time. And fisted foul and out of play. Chad Epperson, the third base coaching box and the manager for the Sea Dogs, will pick it up and not turn it into a souvenir. Just saying. Kyle Sasala coaching at first.
Balls aren't cheap, Bob.
Hey, come on, Skip.
Inflation.
It's not his money.
Baseballs aren't cheap anymore.
It's not coming out of his pocket. No balls and 2 strikes. Pickoff attempt. No problem for Ravello to get back. Not only did he not throw it in the stands, he threw it in his own dugout. So he took possession of it.
You'll see that ball at a Hadlock Field batting practice next week.
Exactly. No balls and 2 strikes. That's up a bit high. It's 1-2. Ravello takes his lead off of first. Pretty decent sized lead at that. Not going anywhere. Pitch. Another broken bat. Slow roller left side. And Verdugo cannot handle it. Luis Verdugo in the transfer bobbled it. Safe all around. 2 on now and 2 outs here in the second. We'll see how they call it.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see how they call it because I think if he makes that exchange cleanly, he's probably out. But I see a hit on the board because it wasn't a routine play.
No.
And, yeah, another broken bat. I don't know if it's because it's colder out.
It has something to do with it, but I think a lot of that is just getting pitches in on a fist. And that'll bring Corey Rozier to the plate. Rozier with a big hit in last night's game, one of many, but the grand slam that completely changed the dynamic of this game around. Left-handed hitter, first pitch to him is there for a called strike. Rozier finished last night's game 1 for 2, but the one was a grand slam. He also got a sacrifice fly and an RBI and walked a couple of times, so he drove in 5 in total. Batting out of the 9 spot, batting 8th in the lineup tonight. 0-1 pitch to him. It's a bit outside for a ball. You hear the wind now picking up in our crowd, Mike.
Yeah, it's blowing straight in from center field right now.
Moser takes a look back at second. Comes with his 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Good off-speed pitch. Had Rozier crossed up.
No, that was a really good, came up as a cutter. That was really good. Just kind of started it up a bit and then just dove in right towards kind of like the hands of Rozier, who swung right over it.
Now he'll call time with 1 ball and 2 strikes on the batter. Couple of soft singles for the Sea Dogs here in the second, but they do have 2 on with 2 outs. And Corey Rozier at the plate. 1 ball and 2 strikes to him. And misses outside. It's 2-2. Rozier, a Maryland native, was drafted by the Seattle Mariners in the 12th round out of the University of North Carolina, Greensboro in 2021. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the 25-year-old. Hits this one hard and ripped that one in somehow or another into the Phil's dugout, I believe. Or hit the fence over the top of it.
Yeah, it hit the netting, went under the netting, then rolled over top of the dugout.
Lots of people bailing on that one in the dugout,
rightfully so.
That was a rocket. So it stays 2-2 to Rozier. Beats this one off the plate and foul as he stays alive.
Yeah, more pitches on Moser this inning. But like I said, they've all been quality pitches too. Portland, bottom part of the line, has done a good job kind of just fighting it off. Nothing hit hard, just getting bat on ball, and they found a couple of fortunate hops and fortunate holes so far, but hopefully Moser can get out of it right here.
2 balls and 2 strikes. This one lined up the middle, and that's going to be through for a base hit. They are going to wave Morel around. Problems in right field for Pineda, and that's going to allow everybody to move up. Now the trail runner will come through, and the throw home is not in time. McIntosh makes the sweep tag, but Rose will score, and it's a 2-0 lead for the Sea Dogs.
Yeah, it's at least going to be a single for Rozier. At probably 1 RBI is my guess. And I think Pineda, if he fields that cleanly, has a chance to get Rivero at home, because I think he saw that and his eyes got big and lost the baseball. So it's a base hit. Got to think there's going to be an error tacked on too, to at least allow the second runner to score. Yeah, single and 1 RBI, and there's going to be an E9. So first of the year on Pineda.
Has to be, because Rozier moved up to second base. So another RBI, however, for Rozier. So he's got 6 RBIs now in this series. And then the other run comes across on the error. So it's 2-0 Sea Dogs on top. And Rozier now at second base with still 2 outs. And Brad Bergeson, the pitching coach for the Phillies, is interestingly enough coming out to have a conversation with Moser.
I think a lot of it's just reminding him that you're making your pitches. You've just kind of been the victim of some bad luck.
Yeah, another base hit, soft base hit up the middle. But again, there have been 3 soft hits in this inning, and now 2 runs. And it will bring Abram Liendo to the plate. Liendo did not play in last night's game as well. So with Rozier now at second base and 2 outs and 2 runs in, Gabe Moser trying to limit the damage here and get out of this second inning. And the first pitch is there for a called strike. He's not been in jeopardy of walking anybody, but he was getting ahead of hitters initially, and the last couple fell behind early. 1 pitch now to Liendo. Is up high, ball 1, excuse me. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Liendo played most of last season at Greenville, played the last 26 games of the season for the Sea Dogs. 1 ball, 1 strike to him. Beats this one foul down the third base line. In either of the stops last season, neither Greenville or Portland, was Liendo able to hit above 200. Hit 196 at High A Greenville and 197 in 26 games with the Sea Dogs. He's in a 1 ball and 2 strike count right now. This one's going to be lined into right field, and that's going to fall for a base hit. Lenny up with it on a hop. Throw home is not in time. An RBI single, and now it's a 3-0 Portland lead.
That one hit a bit harder from Liendo. Good job kind of just lining it into right field. Wasn't a bad throw strength-wise from Pineda. May have beat the runner, but it pulled McIntosh up the third base line a little bit and resulted in another run for the Sea Dogs.
So after cruising through the first 5 batters, the last 4 have singled against Gabe Moser. And with the throw home, Liendo goes up to second base. So he's still in scoring position with 2 outs and 3 runs across. Top of the order, and Mikey Romero at the plate, who struck out to start the game. First pitch to him is over for a called strike. Now, Moser last year at El Paso did have a 5+ earned run average. A 1 pitch from him. Beats this one foul at the plate. He's quickly ahead of Mikey Romero, no balls and 2 strikes. Now time call by Romero at the plate.
Yeah, if you're Moser at this point, I mean, I know Rose reached on a single, but probably should have been out of the inning on that play. You just got to find a way to get out of this, kind of reset yourself in the dugout and move forward.
And looking to get out of it here, 0-2. Fouled straight back. And that's the other thing, and going back especially to Rozier's bat, where he really kept himself alive by fouling some pitches off, kept the bat, kept the at-bat alive and ultimately made it pay off with the single that played it 2. And now 3 runs across and trying to get out of this with an 0-2 count on Romero. Ripped into right field. Pineda will turn, fair or foul?
Foul ball.
Foul ball.
Whew.
There was only one question as Mikey Romero crushed a ball to right field down the line, and it just hooked foul. So Romero hit a home run in last night's game. That one landing up on the veranda in the Redners Event Center. Or actually, excuse me, he hit it off the train sign, the rack train sign in right center field. This one right down the line, but fortunately for the Phils, foul. And he beats another one foul and stays alive. So Romero doing very much like Rozier did and keeping this bat alive with a runner in scoring position and 2 outs. Mallon may have even slipped out of his hand a little bit. Curveball that he misses well wide. It's 1-2. Infield plays the left-hand hitting Romero around to pull. The outfield a little bit more the other way. Actually, a lot more the other way. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Now they come behind. Robert Moore sneaking behind Liendo to try to shake him up a little bit, get him back towards second. Moser steps off the mound. And now delivers. Another one fouled straight back. Romero just hanging in, making Moser throw more pitches.
Reading has Gunnar Mayer up and throwing in the bullpen. Got to think. Of course, if Moser gets through, he's probably still going to come back out. But if this inning extends, you have to think about getting him at some point because he's coming up on 30 pitches or more in this inning.
Yeah, he's at 47 now in total with about to throw 48. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Fisted again, this time up the middle as Robert Moore is there. The shortstop will make the play in time for out number 3. But Portland does the damage in the second. They put 3 runs across. They do it on 4 hits. There was an error and 1 man left. The Fightins to the plate. When we come back to Baseball Town, they now trail 3-0. The crazy hot dog vendor up to his usual antics in the bottom half of the second inning. We head for the Fightin Phils, who now have some work to do with the sticks in their hands as they trail 3-0. David Sandlin back to work after a 1-2-3 a working around a walk in the first inning. And first pitch swinging is Hendry Mendez and fouls it out of play. Mendez 2 for 3 last night, also on base by way of a walk and a hit by pitch. And this pitch to him as he lays off the slider down near his back foot, which is from the left-hand side. 4 of the first 5 batters in the lineup tonight for the Phils batting from the left-hand side, including the switch-hitting Robert Moore, as Mendez takes it outside for ball 2. Sandlin winds and delivers, and Mendez takes it up high. It's 3-1, and that was Sandlin early on in the first inning, was missing up high a lot. Ultimately put Robert Moore on base by way of walks. Mendez acquired from the Milwaukee Brewers in the Oliver Dunn trade. Fist this one in left field. That's going to be a base hit. Mendez goes the other way, and he's on board with a leadoff single here in inning number 2.
Yeah, great piece of hitting, all things considered. Was a hair behind a fastball, but got still enough barrel on it. 102 off the bat from Hendry Mendez, and he's shown a knack for just getting bat on ball. 2 hits last night, another hit already today. Let's see if the Fightin Phils can chip back into this deficit.
Brings Luis Verdugo to the plate, and he breaks his bat. Slow roller towards third. They'll throw to second for 1, and that's all they'll get, as Luis Ravello, fending off the bat coming his way as well, flips it to Liendo covering second for the force out, and out number 1.
I know I haven't seen a lot of baseball in my life, but I feel like we're getting to a point where we have seen more broken bats in a game-and-a-half span than is probably more, common.
It's not normal, that's for sure. I mean, it has definitely been a bunch. There's at least 4 already in this game. We're only at the bottom of the second as Paul McIntosh will step to the plate. McIntosh did not play in last night's game. And he takes the first pitch up high with Verdugo now the runner at first base after the fielder's choice.
Watching McIntosh take BP on Thursday night, and the ball comes off his bat, so he's got such easy power.
He is a strong dude as he takes that one for a called strike.
5'11",
220. Yep.
And he looks taller than 5'11".
Yeah. West Virginia product. Went undrafted in 2021, signed by the Marlins out of West Virginia as he takes that one for a ball. It's 2-1.
Came to the Phillies in the Jesus Luzardo trade.
Yeah, that's looking pretty good.
After last night.
Luzardo getting the win last night for the Phils in their victory over the Los Angeles Dodgers. 2 balls and a strike to McIntosh. He started and stopped, but they're going to say he went around. It's 2-2. It was McIntosh and Jesus Luzardo coming to the Phillies organization for shortstop Starlin Caba and outfielder Amarian Boyd. Both of them are very highly regarded prospects in the Phillies organization. Caba more so than Boyd. 2 balls and 2 strikes to McIntosh. Popped up in the infield shallow. Mikey Romero goes back into the grass and will make the catch for out number 2.
But the thing with Caba, as high as the Phillies are on him, it brings us back to the conversation we've had a few times already this season and how deep the Phillies are at the shortstop position. So if there's a pool of guys you can dip into to bring yourselves back an impact arm, it is shortstop. And they went for the youngest guy out of the group.
That will bring Marcus Lee Sang to the plate. Lee Sang, who spent most of 2024 here in Reading, other than a late call-up last year to Lehigh Valley. Hit .239, 13 home runs and 47 RBIs with the Fightins a year ago. First pitch to him, batting as the lead designated hitter in tonight's game, is a strike. The second is up high for a ball.
And when I say youngest of the group, it already is a very young group. Brian Rincone's 21 years old. Miller's 20. Cobb, I believe, is 18.
Yeah, he's young for sure. And obviously Miller is here in Reading. Rincone is in Jersey Shore.
Caba's 19. He'll turn 20 all the way in December. So basically he'd be a freshman in college right now.
Right. And by the way, the guy who's playing in the majors is signed to a contract for the next 8 years. So you got that going on. And Trey Turner, 1-2 pitch is in the dirt. And Marcus Lee Sang has the count now at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So that really what it comes down to is you start looking around the organization and where do you have depth from to make a trade and ultimately where they're blocked from. I mean, Trey Turner is going to be playing shortstop in Philadelphia for at least several more years if all things go well. Here's a pickoff attempt, no problem for Verdugo to dive back in. So it's 2-2 now to Marcus Lee Sang. Fouls this one straight back. It stays alive at 2-2. Marcus was Jake Starr's pregame guest in tonight's game. Very thought-provoking answers from Marcus Lee Sang. I also had a chance to talk to him at Media Day. As he fisted this one the other way, but close enough for Ravello, the third baseman, to make the play over to first base in time, and the Phils will go quietly after a leadoff single. For Reading in the second, no runs, one hit, no errors, one man left. We're through two. It's 3-0, Portland on top. Top half of the third inning, and we want to thank our good friends at Pepsi for presenting the 2025 season here in Baseball Town. Go fight Phils. Drink more Pepsi. Phils trail at 3-0 as Portland comes to the plate here in the third inning. Max Ferguson, Yastingson Garcia, and Blaze Jordan. That's 2, 3, and 4 in the Portland batting order, due up against Gabe Moser, who cruised through the first 5 batters in this ballgame before running into trouble in the second. Portland put up 4 straight base hits. They lead at 3-0. Ferguson's grounded out to third base his first time up. 3 runs on 4 hits for the Sea Dogs. No runs, 1 hit, and an error for the Fightins. First pitch from Moser. Ferguson fouls it out of play. This inning brought to you by Cornwall Manor, an active senior living not-for-profit community in scenic Cornwall, Pennsylvania, outside of Lebanon. And Ferguson started and could not stop, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. I think Ferguson questioning a little bit with the home plate umpire Brian Laws, who did not hesitate, said, nope, that's a swing. And I would agree, it's no balls and 2 strikes to Ferguson. This one ripped hard and foul. And in what used to be an easy play for the bullpen, now forces the outfielders to go chase it down in the corners, because for so long the bullpens were down the first and third base side here at FirstEnergy Stadium, and that is no longer the case. They are now comfortably situated behind the left center field fence. So now the outfielders have a little extra legwork to do. No balls and 2 strikes to Ferguson. That one's in the dirt. It's 1-2. Game started with some overcast skies, wind picking up a little bit. Right now, the American flag on top of straightaway center field at the Raiders Event Center, blowing out to left center field. 1-2 pitch is outside. It's 2-2. Was a few sprinkles just before first pitch at what turned out to be 5:19 tonight. 2-2 pitch. Fisted foul again and out of play. Lots of foul balls off the bats of the Sea Dogs over the course of this night's game so far. Phils and Portland will finish off this short 3-game series tomorrow afternoon. 3:15 is first pitch here in Reading. 2-2 pitch coming from Moser. Beats another one foul. Home plate umpire Brian Laws needing a replenishment of baseballs. All these foul balls hit by the Sea Dog hitters. 2-2 pitch again. This one lifted down the third base line. That's going to slice foul and out of play. And Moser just misses there, just a bit low, and now the count is full. Reminder for tomorrow, as I said, 3:15 start time, and all kids tomorrow receive an Phillies mystery bobblehead. 3-2 pitch is low inside, ball 4, so Moser surrenders his first walk. All those foul balls by Ferguson keeping the bat alive, and he ultimately works a walk. So he is a leadoff base runner here in the third for Yastinson Garcia. In addition to the mystery bobblehead tomorrow for all kids, all fans get to run the bases on Sunday. Again, 3:15 is first pitch, and then the Phillies will head out on the road for the first time. Runner takes off. The throw down is not in time. Ferguson steals second. The pitch to the plate to Garcia was over for a called strike. So Ferguson gets the stolen base. He's now in scoring position with nobody out. And a no balls and 1 strike count to Garcia, who flew out to right field his first time up. Moser takes a look back to second, delivers his pitch that's there for a called strike. So it's quickly no balls and 2 strikes to Garcia. Garcia signed by the Red Sox out of Venezuela in 2019. Number 6 prospect in the Red Sox organization. And takes this one outside for a ball. He has rigged himself into a very powerful hitter. He's officially listed at 6 foot 165 on the roster. But looking at the scouting reports of him before this series, they said he weighs at least 50 pounds more than that now. And that's pretty accurate. He is solidly built over 200 pounds for sure. 1-2 pitch to him. Swing and a miss. He comes up empty. Strike 3. Big strikeout there from Moser, and that's out number 1 here in the third.
First baseman Blaze Jordan.
Third strikeout for Moser, and that'll bring Blaze Jordan to the plate. Jordan out on a comebacker to the pitcher's mound his first time up. Ferguson takes his lead off of second, with now 1 out. And there for a called strike. Moser surrendered 15 home runs last season pitching in El Paso. His counterpart tonight, David Sandlin, gave up 14 home runs over 2 levels, Greenville and Portland. This one beats foul. Not been an issue so far tonight. It's been a plethora of singles. Four for the Sea Dogs and 1 for the Fightins. No balls and 2 strikes to Blaze Jordan. And he fouls one straight back again. It stays no balls and 2 strikes. So they're certainly affecting the pitch count for Moser with the volume of foul balls hit. Moser now up to 65 pitches here in this third inning. Bullpen that was buzzing around a little bit in that long second inning is now quiet. And the 0-2 pitch to Jordan. It's outside, ball 1. Griff McGarry will get the start tomorrow afternoon for the Phils. Another guy who now falls into that veteran category. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Blaze Jordan. And that's over for a call. Strike 3 on the outside corner. Back-to-back strikeouts now for Moser here in the third. 4 in total for Gabe Moser. Now looking to find his way out of this third inning with no further damage as Ronald Rosario will step to the plate, and he was a strikeout victim his first time up.
was a great spot, too, on that fastball. Right on the outside corner, 91.
First pitch, beats this one down to third base line. Verdugo tries to backhand it, will not be able to make the play. It will roll down into foul territory. That will allow Ferguson to score as Rosario will roll into second base, and it's now 4-0 Portland.
Yeah, we'll see what they roll that. Verdugo backed up on it and kind of caught into that in-between hop.
It was not hard hit, and he probably had time to shift his body. And
it's going to be an error.
Take it off forward, and so it will indeed be an error on Verdugo. And so it allows another run to score. Not an RBI for Rosario. He's at second base with 2 outs. So the defense hasn't helped Moser out a whole lot as Luis Ravello will bat. Again, there was a play back in that second inning as well in which Verdugo could not handle a slow roller. That was ruled a base hit. That was off the on-deck hitter Caden Rose's bat. 1 ball and no strikes to Ravello. Moore sneaks in behind him at second base, and Rosario will get back without a throw. So it's 1-0 to Ravello, who singled and scored to get that second inning started. All of it came with 2 outs, and here we are again with some more 2-out damage from the Sea Dogs. 1-0 pitch. Fouls it at the plate, fouled it off his foot.
His left foot.
And Ravello is hopping.
Sea Dogs already battered the last couple of days. Alan Castro left the game after getting hurt in left field. Marcos Very got hit up by the face last night. He left the game.
Alan Castro diving for a fly ball, and the gap hurt, I believe. Not sure if he hit his shoulder or what. So he was not able to finish. So Ravello, who did not play in last night's game, back in the batter's box with a 1 ball and 1 strike count. Just misses. It's 2-1. Didn't miss by much. Rosario takes his lead off a second. Peers back to make sure Robert Moore's not sneaking behind him again. Pitch to the plate there for a strike. It's 2-2. Ravello, a switch hitter. One of 4 guys batting left-handed against Moser in the lineup tonight for the Sea Dogs. 2-2 pitch coming. Lifted into left field, but right there is Hendry Mendez. He'll make the catch for the 3rd and final out here in the 3rd. But Sea Dogs with some more damage. They do it without the benefit of a hit. A run, no hits. There was an error, and 1 man left. It's now 4-0 Portland as we head to the bottom of the 3rd. To the bottom half of the 3rd inning. This inning brought to you by Swartz Culleton PC. You can expect reliable and experienced attorneys who are committed to getting you justice after a serious personal injury. Call Swartz Culleton today at 1-800-JUSTICE. Alongside Jake Starr, my name is Bob McCool. Fightin Phillies trail the Portland Sea Dogs 4-0 as they come to the plate here in the bottom of the 3rd. It'll be number 9, Cade Fergus, followed by the top of the order in Trent Farquhar and Robert Moore. As the Phils have mastered so far just 2 base runners, 1 in each inning against David Sandlin. A walk into first and a single in the second. First pitch to Fergus is outside for a ball. So Cade Fergus batting for the first time in this series. Came on to get the last batter in last night's game as a pitcher, and he swings and misses at this one, and it's 1-1.
Big cut for Fergus, who starts in center field today. And when it comes to defense, Fergus, one of the best of center field defense. And we've seen some good guys out there in center.
1-1 pitch to him. He's inside for a ball. It's 2-1. He also has a great throwing arm, which we knew. And last night he came in to pitch to get out of the mess that was the tail end of last night's game. As he takes this one for a ball low, they'll appeal. First base umpire Garrett Nelson said, nope, he did not go around. It's 3-1. And that's outside for a ball. So Fergus becomes a leadoff base runner for the Phils for the second straight inning. Let's see if they can do some damage with it.
He's doing exactly what a leadoff hitter should do, and that's find the way to get on base, whether it's a hit or walk, any way you can. Now you flip the lineup over, second time that the hitters will be seeing Sandlin tonight. So let's see if it comes to their benefit.
Trent Farquhar, who grounded out to second base his first time up, takes one up high for a ball.
Look, be patient up there. Sandlin's going to struggle with his command a little bit. Do what Portland's done to you. Take the walks and make them pay when the time comes.
1-0 pitch, and that's down low for a ball. Fergus is a threat to run as well at first base. The 2-0 pitch lifted down the third base line. Going to be a long run for Caden Rose. Can he get there? He will not. Third baseman Ravello was closing in on him, and ultimately it lands between the left fielder Rose, the third baseman Ravello, and the shortstop Mikey Romero.
I don't think Ravello tried to lay it in the air, make some sort of sleek underhand catch, but.
And I think it also kind of made Caden Rose balk a little bit about maybe going all the way through for it. So that convergence of the three of them ultimately made nobody be able to really close it off. And Farquhar trying to make it pay. He's now in a 2-1 strike count.
When you see other guys coming at you full speed out of the corner of your eye, you can say it doesn't affect you, but it does.
Yeah, it does. And Farquhar squares as if he wants to bunt, just really more of a show, and he takes it outside for a ball. It's 3-1. He does get Ravello charging in as he dropped that bat handle. So it's 3-1 now to Trent Farquhar after Cade Fergus walked to start the inning. This one lifted into left field. Rose going back, drifting back. He'll have plenty of room in front of the warning track, and he'll make the catch. It's out number 1. So that'll turn things over to Robert Moore now, who walked his first time up. Moore walking on 5 pitches in his first at-bat. Didn't even get a chance to swing the bat. So we'll see what Al Padrique wants to do here with Fergus at first base and Moore at the plate. And he drives this one to right field, but not very deep. Second baseman Leyendo will go out. He'll make the catch in fair territory for out number 2.
I think Moore got a pitch that he liked and was trying to just drop the barrel of the bat on it, but just got a little too much in the hands and a little bit under it. Feel like he just missed one right there.
So that will bring up Leandro Pineda, who battled with Sandlin on some off-speed stuff, where Sandlin got the best of him in the first inning and struck him out. And starts him here with a fastball that's outside, and Pineda lays off.
I'm going to ask the same question you asked when Moore was on first, 2 outs in the first. Do you think they try and send Cade Fergus here?
Maybe not as much now with a 4-0 deficit, as Pineda drives this one straight away to right, but not very deep. The wind will hold it up as well. The Rozier started back, now comes in. He'll make the catch for the third and final out. So again, Fightin's get a leadoff man on, but cannot do anything after that for Reading in the third. No runs, no hits, no errors, and one man left. 3 complete. It's 4-0. Portland on top. We head to the 4th inning, and we go to the rally man himself. Jake Starr will take over the play-by-play.
Thank you very much, Bob. Top half of the 4th inning. Fightin Phillies trail at 4-0 against Portland. And a reminder that every Tuesday, all active military and veterans receive $3 off box seats thanks to Burke's Oral Surgery and Dental Implant Center. So the Sea Dogs will send 7, 8, 9 to the plate in this top half of the 4th inning as Gabe Moser is back on for inning number 4 work. 73 pitches for Moser through 3. Of course, that wasn't really helped much by a very long 2nd inning. And the righty will fire the first pitch to Caden Rose, who takes it down, 1 ball and no strikes. Reading does have action in their bullpen. So we'll see how long the leash is and what the pitch count is for Gabe Moser. And the 1-0 home. Bit outside, 2 balls, no strikes to Rose.
It's Gunnar Mayer who is up in the Phil's bullpen.
That's who was up in the 2nd when it looked like things may have been getting out of control, the 2-0. Swing and a miss, 2 balls, 1 strike. Over a changeup was Rose. Rose did not start last night's game, but did come in after Alan Castro hurt himself on a play in the outfield. And she went 1 for 3, scored a run, doubled, and had an RBI. 2-1, misses, low and away. 3 balls, 1 strike to Rose. Rose singled and scored his only time up tonight in the top half of the 2nd inning. 3-1 the count to him, and Moser fires, and that one will just miss inside, ball 4. So leadoff walk for Caden Rose. Another base runner for the Sea Dogs. 2nd walk tonight for Moser.
Yeah, both of them leadoff walks. He started last inning with a leadoff walk to Ferguson. He comes around to score. It's hard to really judge this outing by Moser. It's not certainly what the Fightins or Gabe Moser was hoping for. They were hoping he could give them some innings tonight after using four relievers out of the bullpen last night.
So Rozier digs in, 1 for 1 today. And the first pitch is swung on and hit foul to the left side.
I mean, they obviously haven't exactly peppered him. They've got 4 hits in his game, and a lot of them are soft singles, but again, they strung them all together. He's also walked a couple. His defense hasn't helped him out a whole lot.
0-1 the count to Corey Rozier. Caden Rose gets the lead off first, pitch home. Bit outside, 1 ball, 1 strike to Rozier.
But it also hasn't helped him that he just really hasn't been able to put hitters away. He's gotten 2 strikes on a lot of hitters, and these Sea Dogs hitters, to their credit, have kept the bats alive by fouling off a lot of pitches.
Portland's battle tonight at the plate. 1-1 in the count. No outs in the 4th. Pitch home is in there for a called strike. It's 1-2. Sea Dogs on top 4-0. And this is the 2nd game of the 2025 season. Reading dropped the opener 14-6 last night. And it will take a comeback today to avenge that loss. 1-2 home. Misses down. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Infield set to turn 2. Middle's back and over towards the bag. Third baseman Verdugo is shaded towards the shortstop side with the lefty Rozier up. 2-2 is swung on and lifted foul behind home plate and out of play.
I don't know anybody who's done a better job of battling than this guy. I mean, he has shown to be a problem in this series, and we are only in the 4th inning of the second game. He had a huge night last night, and he has battled Mosier tonight.
Rozier, who had a Rozier or Mosier?
I know.
Mosier, yeah.
I thought about that the last time they were up. Confusing myself. I didn't want to confuse myself. It's hard. It's not hard to do.
It's like a children's book.
It's like Dr. Seuss.
2 balls, 2 strikes to count to Corey Rozier. Pitch home. Swung on a line drive, hit hard but foul down the right field line. Hits off the netting just above the tarp, where Leandro Pineda will run over to scoop it up and toss it to a lucky fan of the grandstand. So 2-2 the count, no outs. Top half of the 4th inning. Fightin Phillies trail it 4-0 against Portland. Caden Rose, who worked the leadoff walk, he takes his lead off first. Set at the belt is Mosier. Long set, the pitch. Over for a called strike 3. Right at the knees with a 4-seam fastball at 90. And down goes Rozier. 5th strikeout tonight for Gabe Moser. And that'll bring the 9-hole man up in Abram Liendo. But before he can come up, manager Al Padrique is coming out of the dugout. Looks like Gabe Mosier hit his pitch count for today. So we will make this call to the Alvernia University Golden Wolves bullpen. Gunnar Mayer will enter from the left field pen. And we will have more on the Fightin's new pitcher coming up after this here on the Phillies Radio Network. New pitcher in from the Alvernia University Golden Wolves bullpen. Entering a 4-0 game, Portland leads in the top of the 4th with a man on first. And that pitcher is Gunnar Mayer.
6'6", 190-pound right-handers, 24 years of age. Pitched last year for Jersey Shore. Made 41 appearances for the Blue Claws, 3-3 with a 4.10 earned run average before his promotion at the tail end of last season. Came up on September the 10th and made 2 appearances for the Fightin Phils and absorbed 1 loss with a 4.50 earned run average. Struck out 68 in 52 and a third innings, 52 and 2/3 innings pitched at Jersey Shore. He also walked 36.
First pitch, runner goes. Swing and a miss. Throw to second is on the shortstop side of the bag, and in there safely is Caden Rose. So he has himself a stolen base, but it is no balls and 1 strike to count to Liendo.
Second steal of the night for the Sea Dogs, and as Jake said, unfortunately for McIntosh, he threw that on the third base side of the second base bag. On the bag, it may have had the opportunity to get Rose, but no chance for Farquhar to make that tag.
So 0-1 the count to Liendo. Gunnar Mayer fires, but outside it's 1-1. Mayer is someone who can give some innings. Did start for Jersey Shore a couple of years ago, made 20 starts. Pitched primarily as a reliever a season ago. 1-1 home is over for a called strike. It's 1-2. You got to think to hope is a couple of innings from Gunnar Mayer. It's a 1-ball, 2-strike count to Leendo, 1 for 1 with a RBI single back in the second. Leendo is making his season debut after not playing a night ago. And the 1-2 to him. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Sinker 96 up high, and Leendo had no chance against that. So first strikeout for Gunnar Mayer tonight. And that'll flip the lineup card over for the third time tonight to Mikey Romero. Mikey Romero 0 for 2 in tonight's game. He bats with 2 outs and a man on second and Caden Rose. Gunnar Mayer, who inherited him from Gabe Moser, trying to strand the runner at second. Pitch home, bit in tight, 1 ball and no strikes. Couple of hits last night for Romero. Scored 3 runs, a double, a home run, 3 RBIs, and a couple of walks. And that's inside, and it hits Romero, so he will get first base. 2 out hit by pitch. First one we've seen today.
Saw plenty of them last night.
I was going to say, saw a lot last night.
I think it was 3 for Portland and just 1 for Reading, or there was 2 for Reading.
So with 2 outs, that'll bring Max Ferguson to the plate. Ferguson 0 for 1 today. Did walk and score his last time up in the third. First and second, 2 outs, top 4. Fightin's trail it 4-0. Gunnar Mayer will fire home, and it's swung on and missed. It's 0-1. It's a fastball from Mayer that can definitely blow by guys. That last one, 93, a bit up for the 24-year-old from Walnut Creek, California. Here's the 0-1. That one bounced. Good job by McIntosh to keep it in front of him and keeping both runners at their respective spots. Mayer, Phillies took in the 5th round of 2019 out of San Joaquin Delta Junior College out in California. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count to Max Ferguson. 2 outs. Infield plays back. Neither runner being held on. And the pitch home is swung on a 1-hopper to second. Farquhar got it. Fires the first in time. And that will retire the side in the 4th. No runs for the Sea Dogs, no hits. They did leave 2. We played 3.5. Home half of the 4th up next. Fightin' fails. Trail it 4-0. Bottom half of the 4th inning is brought to you by Klein, who is proud to be the official transportation provider of the Reading Fightin' Phils. Klein Transportation gets the our Phils to all their road trips throughout the 2025 season. For more information, go to kleintransportation.com. So in this home half of the 4th inning, the Fightin' Phils still trail it 4-0 as David Sandlin is back on for his 4th inning of work. And I'll get the middle third of the Fightin' Phils order, starting with Keaton Anthony. Anthony 0 for 1 with a strikeout in tonight's ball game. Will dig on in from the right side. Sandlin's been solid through 3 so far. Fires pitch number 52, and it's down for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Couple of hits for Anthony in last night's season opener. 1-0 is at the knees for a called strike. It's 1-1. Anthony, who played between 3 levels in the Phillies system last year, started the year in Clearwater, finished it in Reading. The 1-1 is swung on a ground ball chopped to the right side. Liendo over to his left, fields it, fires the first in time from the second baseman, and that's out number 1.
Left fielder Hendry Mendez.
That'll bring Hendry Mendez to the plate for the Fightin' Phils. Mendez digs in from the left side. 1 for 1 with a single tonight. David Sandlin starting to settle into this ball game. First pitch is taken a bit low for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Couple of hits for Mendez in last night's ball game. Next pitch to him is a line drive snared by Ravello, the third baseman, who leaps and makes the catch. Ball was hit hard, 102 off the bat. Mendez did everything right, but Ravello at third just does it a little bit better, showing off the hops for out number 2.
And that's exactly what Mendez did the last time up with his base hit the other way, and maybe Ravello going to school on that, cheating just a little bit more that way, but a tremendous play by the third baseman.
So 2 outs for Luis Verdugo. First one home is a bit outside for a ball. It's 1-0. 2 outs in the home half of the 4th inning. Sea Dogs on top 4-0 with the bases empty. 1-0 home. This one's a bit high. 2 balls, no strikes. Luis Verdugo grounded into a fielder's choice. The third, his first time up tonight. 2-0 is swung on and missed. It's 2-1. Verdugo still in search of his first hit this season after going hitless in last night's game. 2-1, misses down, 3 balls and 1 strike. So now he finds himself in a hitter's count. Should Verdugo reach, Paul McIntosh awaits on deck as Sandlin rocks and deals. That's up, ball 4. So Luis Verdugo is aboard with a 2-out walk. Third walk issued today by David Sandlin. And that will bring Paul McIntosh back to the plate for the second time today.
Well, Sandlin's certainly done his job to this point in time. Phil's just not have been in any spot to be able to make him pay for it. He's walked 3. He's given up just the 1 hit. And obviously a great play by Ravello taking a hit away. The guy who gave up 14 home runs last year.
First pitch to McIntosh. Slider that misses a bit up. It's 1-0.
He also had a 5+ earned run average at 2 different stops last year between Greenville and Portland.
1-0. That's up again. 2 balls, no strikes. So Sandlin has fallen into this trap a couple of times tonight where it feels like he loses control for a couple of batters, but you have to give the 25-year-old credit. He finds it back pretty quickly.
Yeah, when he's missed high.
63 pitches for the righty tonight. Next one is swung on and hit well. Deep left field by McIntosh. Rose is back, he turns, and it is gone. We talked about the power from Paul McIntosh, and there it was on full display. A 2-run blast puts the Fightin' Phils on the board. It's 4-2.
And we also talked about the penchant for Sandlin to give up the long ball. As I said, 14 home runs last year, and McIntosh just turned on that low pitch and just rocketed that thing out of here. And that's exactly what this offense needed, was just a little bit of a spark. They simply have let Sandlin get out of any further damage. They just didn't make him pay for it. Unlike Moser, who got punished for every mistake he made, Sandlin did not get punished, and now he did.
373 feet, 106 off the bat. And Lee Sang swings the first pitch and lines it in the right field for a base hit. So now the bat's looking to come alive quickly for the Fightin' Phils. Marcus Lee Sang's aboard. Here's Cade Fergus.
And now how big is that play by Ravello, taking a hit away from Mendez, or you're looking at a 3-run home run. And now Marcus Lee Sang is the tying run at first base.
Kate Fergus has hit the long ball at times last year. Of course, it's not what you need right now. Just a base hit, keep the lineup going. First pitch, he swings and misses. It's 0-1.
And obviously they're holding Lee Sang on at first. The second baseman, Lando, is cheating up the middle. And so
Lee
you could,
Sang can just poke one.
Yeah, you could drive a truck through the right side of that infield if Fergus could just slap it the other way.
0-1. Fergus takes it for a strike. It's 0-2. Fergus worked the walk back in the third inning. Still looking for his first hit of the year. Had 8 home runs in total in 2024 across a couple of levels. Runner does go, pitch is down. Lee Sang slides in safely. So Marcus Lee Sang will collect the first stolen base of the season for the Reading Fightin' Phils.
So you get back to what we were talking about an inning or so ago about getting the runner started. But before it's a 4-0 lead, and you need base runners. But now in a 2-run game, now base hit can bring Lee Sang home.
1 ball, 2 strikes to count to Fergus. The pitch home. Swung on and a ground ball just foul down the left field line, and it'll stay 1-2.
Things still quiet in the Portland bullpen.
69 pitches for David Sandlin. And Kate Fergus up, runner on second, 2 outs in the bottom of the fourth. Reading trails at 4-2. But it feels like the wheels have started to turn for the Reading offense. 3 hits tonight, 2 in this inning. 1-2. Fergus swings in a chopper towards short. Charging Romero, fields a chest-high hop. Fires the first, beats Fergus by about a step. And that is how the bottom half of the fourth inning comes to an end. But the Fightin' Phils are on the board. They got 2 runs on 2 hits, including the big 2-run home run from Paul McIntosh. There were no errors, and 1 man is left on base. We're through 4. We'll head to the 5th. Fightin' Phils still trail it. It's 4-2. And it looks like Lettuce captures the vegetable race victory, his first of the season, after Cauliflower was victorious last night. As we turn the page now to the top half of the 5th inning. Fightin' Phils trail at 4-2. And today's Fightin' Phils Alumni Report is presented by Deer Country. How about Mick Abel last night? 6 shutout innings, 7 strikeouts, and 0 walks for the former Fightin' Phil. Otto Kemp also homered in that ball game as well. But seeing Abel have that kind of success, I think it's just going to go a long way for him, not just results-wise, but I think mentally too. He needed to see himself have a game like that.
Yeah, there's no question. He's an easy guy to root for.
First pitch fouled back. It's 0-1.
And I think Mick Abel would be the first to admit that Mick Abel's biggest enemy is Mick Abel himself. He's just a guy who's very hard on himself, and he can get inside his own head.
Pitch home is a bit down to Junction Garcia, who's 0 for 2 in tonight's ball game. Struck out and flew out so far in today's game. 1-1 is right down the chute for a called strike. It's 1-2. When I say right down the chute, it was as down the chute as it gets. Garcia will step out and ask for time. Maybe not seeing the ball well out of the hand of Gunnar Mayer.
Lots of arms and legs in the delivery of Gunnar Mayer at 6'6".
Here's the 1-2. That's a bit up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Like we said, if Gunnar Mayer can give the Fightin' Phils a few innings here, that'll go a long way in preserving the bullpen. That saw a lot of guys throw in last night's ball game. Next pitch is down, 3-2. Infield back against Garcia, shaded towards the left side. 3-2 is up. That's ball 4. So it's a leadoff walk for Jungson Song Garcia, and that'll bring Blaze Jordan to the plate. First walk issued by Gunnar Mayer. Can also close the line on Gabe Moser. Went 3 1/3 ultimately, gave up 4 hits, 4 runs, just 2 of them earned. A couple of walks and 5 strikeouts for Moser in his Double-A debut with the Fightin' Phils. First pitch is a strike, it's 0-1. It's pitched in Double-A before, but it's Phillies' organizational Double-A debut. Nothing in 1, the count to Blaze Jordan, pitch home. Swung on a ground ball through the middle, base hit to center field. Garcia turns around second, heading for third, going to test the arm of Fergus. It's not in time, but then trying to get the second behind the play is Blaze Jordan, and Verdugo hits Farquhar of a strike, who applies the tag in plenty of time. So Jordan singles, but is nabbed at second base, and Garcia goes first to third on the play. So it's 1 out, man on third for Ronald Rosario.
So it goes 8-5-4 on the putout at second base. Good defense there by the Phils. Fergus with the strong arm in center field. But a nice play by Verdugo to get off the bag, realizing they got no shot to get Garcia, but they did have a shot to get Jordan, trying to stretch that into second base.
First pitch is over for a called strike. It's 0-1.
And so they end up getting the out now, and there's now another runner on in scoring position for the Sea Dogs, but with a out and not 2 runners in scoring position.
Here's the 0-1. Infield is up for the Fightin' Phils as it's swung on and fouled back. So Fightin' Phils looking to cut off the run at home.
Jordan hit it hard back through the middle, but it hit the mound, and that slowed it down. Now the Phils will bring the infield up.
Pitch home is swung on and fouled straight back. It stays 0-2.
Try to cut off another run with Garcia at third and 1 out.
Nothing in 2 the count. Rosario the batter. Pitch home is swung on and fouled again. Sliced down the right field line. Rosario 0 for 2 in tonight's game. He has struck out. He's also reached on an error. 0-2 again. Up tight, almost hit him. Of the right-handed bat, Rosario. So 1-2 the count to Rosario. Infield stays up. Garcia leads off third. And the pitch home is swung on and fouled. It was not fouled back. It was a swing and a miss off the glove of McIntosh. And the run will score, and safe at first is Rosario. No one from the Fightin' Phils contesting it either.
No,
So
McIntosh isn't arguing it. The way it came off, it just looked like it was a foul ball. But obviously, once Rosario took off to first base, you knew he missed it. And absolutely no shot for McIntosh to do anything but to get back to the dugout, or back to the fence. Garcia scores easily, and Rosario's now safe at first base.
So Sea Dogs get a run, make it 5-2. And the pitch home is outside for a ball. It's 1-0 to Ravello.
So it goes down as a strikeout and a pass ball that allows Rosario at first base.
Bit outside, 2 balls and no strikes.
So it has not been a defensive gem to this point in time for the Fightin' Phils. despite the good play that they had earlier this inning on the throw that ultimately got Blaze Jordan at second base.
2-0 is swung on and popped up towards shallow left. Verdugo, Moore both go out. In comes Mendez, and the left fielder will make the call on the catch right along the left field line. And that is out number 2.
Good job by Mendez to control that situation, because just as Verdugo put the hand up to say, I got it, Mendez shouted him down and made the call. And as an infielder, when you're going back, as soon as you hear that outfielder say, I got it, you are trained to and should get out of the way, because he's got a better play at it and a better angle at it. And so Verdugo gives way and Mendez takes charge.
2 outs for Caden Rose. First pitch just gets away from the catcher McIntosh. That's going to be a wild pitch. Up the second goes Rosario.
Now, the last one may have been a pass ball off his glove. He had no shot at that one.
It was 93, just kind of yanked way outside to the righty.
There's been a couple of those from Mayer. He overthrew a changeup as well to Garcia.
1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs, top 5. Portland leads at 5-2 with the runner on second. 1-0 is up again, 2 balls and no strikes. Both bullpens quiet right now.
So even though the Phils started to size up David Sandlin last inning, they're going to try to get him another inning yet.
Pitch on. Swung on, ground ball, diving stop, Farquhar to his feet. It is in time. Good play, Trent Farquhar. Not only saves a run, but he throws out Caden Rose at first, robbing him of a base hit, and that will end the top half of the 5th inning. Sea Dogs do add a run. They did it on just 1 hit. No errors and 1 man left on base. We are halfway home from Baseball Town. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. Fightin' Phil still down. It's 5-2. Bottom half of the 5th inning is presented by Cornwall Manor, a unique and charming community nestled on a 190-acre wooded campus with many walking trails, including the Lebanon County Rail Trail. So Reading it down 5-2, bottom half of the 5th inning. And they'll have the top of the order up, starting with Trent Farquhar, who made a very impressive play in the field to end the top half of the 5th inning and likely keep a run off the board from the Sea Dogs. And the first pitch home is swung on and missed. It's 0-1.
Well, you said it at the time of the play, Jake, that he just made a great play by keeping the ball in the infield. And even if he doesn't get an out there, he saves a run. But he got the out.
0-1 is down. Bounces away from the catcher, Rosario. Makes it a ball and a strike.
So that's just a huge play there by Farquhar. At least keep it at a 3-run game. Now you got the top of the order up.
1-1. In tight to the lefty Farquhar. It's 2-1.
And so as we saw last inning, the bottom half of the order started to seem like they maybe were starting to size up Sandlin a little bit. Let's see if the top can do some damage.
Sandlin fires, swung on, ground ball first. Over to get it, Jordan. Throw to first, Sandlin covering. He'll win the race to the bag against Farquhar, and that's out number 1. So 3-1 goes the put out. Robert Moore, the batter now for Reading. Moore will dig in from the left side. Switch hitter. He works against the righty Sandlin. First pitch is swung on and a ground ball to the right side. Liendo, the second baseman, ranges to his right, gobbles it up, and throws the first in time. So that's out number 2. So 2 quick outs for David Sandlin. And it'll be up to Leandro Pineda to try and salvage this inning before it goes down too quickly.
Nice job by the second baseman, Leandro, to range far enough to his right to get his entire body in front of it.
First pitch, Pineda swinging away, and he fouls it back.
You see too much of it, and actually the Phils and Luis Verdugo were guilty of this earlier, just trying to backhand the ball instead of getting the whole body in front of it. Just lessens the margin of error if the entire body is in front of it.
0-1 to Pineda. He swings in a ground ball, chop foul down the first base line. It's 0-2. Pineda still in search of his first hit tonight. He's got a strikeout and a fly out the left. And time is called. And Pineda will dig back in. Pitch home. Swing and a miss. Pineda goes down on strikes for the second time tonight. And it's just the second strikeout, too, for David Sandlin. And that will retire the side. Fightin Phils trail it 5-2. Back at the top of the 6th right after this. On to the top half of the 6th inning, and established in 1928, the Manor Golf Club is one of the oldest public courses in eastern Pennsylvania, located between Philadelphia, Lancaster, and Allentown in Sinking Spring. It offers a true test of golf on a championship-style course. Visit themanorgolfclub.com for more info. So Portland still on top 5-2 in this 6th inning. Be a new pitcher in from the Alvernia University bullpen, and that is Andrew Walling.
25-year-old left-hander spent last season both between Jersey Shore and Reading. 30 appearances out of the bullpen for the Blue Claws. Had some pretty impressive numbers at Jersey Shore. He was 7-0 with a 1.73 earned run average.
First pitch, a strike to Corey Rozier. It's 0-1.
That earned him a mid-July promotion to Reading, where he was 1-0 with a 3.1018 earned run average in his 14 games with the Fightin Phils.
0-1 is a bit inside the Rozier. It's 1-1.
His strikeout to walk ratio in Jersey Shore was a bit pedestrian, 43 strikeouts to 24 walks.
Walling fires, and it's a breaking pitch, snapped in for a strike. It's 1-2.
But in his time in Reading, again, a limited supply, don't get me wrong, 17 innings. He struck out 24 and walked 3.
He was good last year with Reading. I think he's another one of those arms that you can look at as mid to late innings that can give you an inning or two if needed. One, two. is down, 2-2. First of all, it's extremely hard for a starter to go 7-0.
Yeah.
A reliever
Right,
in
right.
less than a full season to go 7-0,
Yeah.
also have 6 saves. That's really impressive.
Yeah.
2-2. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Rozier chases a slider down and away to the lefty. So that is out number 1, strikeout number 1 for Walling. And that'll bring Abram Liendo to the plate, second baseman.
Well, a guy who has hurt the Phils so far in this series in Rozier, that is now again, it's lefty on lefty matchup where he's faced almost all righties in this series, but Walling certainly made Rozier look off balance.
First pitch to Liendo is taken for a called strike. It's 0-1. And close the line on Gunnar Mayer. Inning and 2/3, a hit, a run. It was earned. 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. Walling fires home, and that down for a ball. It's 1-1. Deep breath from Walling, who sets the belt, fires home, and misses down. 2 balls and a strike. Liendo singled, drove in a run in the second, struck out his last time up in the 4th. And the 2-1 home is swung on a miss. Moves the count even at 2 apiece. Walling played his college ball at Mississippi State, at least the final year. Split it between 3 colleges. Also went to Eastern Oklahoma State College and Oregon State. 2-2, breaking pitch that I think may have fooled the umpire because that may have been a strike, and the umpire just didn't call it that. So the count goes full now. So full count, 1 out to Liendo. Walling fires home. That swung on and lifted foul off to the right side, and the count stays full.
Well, David Sandlin for Portland is at 78 pitches, and he had a 1-2-3 5th inning, but the bullpen is quiet, so Sandlin will come back out for the 6th.
Walling ready again with the 3-2. Here's the pitch. Swung on and lifted foul behind home plate. Keeps the count full. Mikey Romero on the top of the Portland order awaits on deck for the Sea Dogs. 3-2 is over for a called strike 3. Fastball in the inside corner. Back-to-back strikeouts for Andrew Walling, and that'll bring the leadoff man Mikey Romero to the plate.
That's a great job by Walling. So whether or not he did indeed get Liendo initially on the strikeout, then Liendo fouls the pitch off and keeps himself alive. But ultimately, Walling wins the battle and gets another strikeout.
So 2 outs for Romero. Walling looking for a 1-2-3 inning. First pitch home is swung on and missed. It's 0-1.
He's looking really good again. It's obviously just a small sample size, but he made Rozier, the first lefty he faced, look bad, and he made Romero look pretty bad on that first pitch to another left-hand hitter.
0-1. Another breaking pitch that's fouled back. It's 0-2. Mikey Romero 0 for 2 in today's ball game. Did reach on a hit by pitch his last time up in the 4th.
You got pretty much the plate with that last breaking ball. See if he doesn't try to get him to chase here.
0-2. Outside, tried to check his swing, was Romero, and they're not going to even appeal. So it goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes.
But that is what he tried to do. He tried to get him to chase one a little bit low and away. And Romero started but did stop.
So 1-2, 2 outs, top 6. Fightin's lead at 5-2. Andrew Walling comes set at the belt, the lefty does. Fires the 1-2. Swung on and fouled off the netting behind home plate. And it keeps it a 1 ball and 2 strike count. Walling set again, he'll try once more at 1-2, and the pitch swung on and fouled back again. Keeps the count at 1-2.
That's another good breaking ball. That one a little bit more up. And Romero doing what Portland has done time and time again, just staying alive with 2 strikes, fouling pitches off till they get a pitch they like better.
Sea Dogs are working counts. They're fouling it off. And it stays 1-2. 2 outs, top 6 to Mikey Romero. Walling ready again, deals home. Swing and a miss, struck him out. So Andrew Walling ends up striking out the side in the top half of the 6th inning. No runs, no hits. Nobody left on base for the Sea Dogs. Let's see if the Fightin' Phils can get a couple on the board in the home half of the 6th. They trail at 5-2. We go to the bottom half of the 6th inning. And this day in baseball town history is presented by Body Zone Sports and Wellness, the official workout facility of the Phils. A year ago today, April 5th, 2024, at Bowie, the Fightin' Phils are on their first opening day victory since 2019 in a 5-2 win over the Bay Sox. Tied at 2 in the 9th, running added 3 runs to put the game away. Gabriel Rincones Jr. hit his first AA homer, a moonshot that went 452 feet to right field. Carlos De La Cruz also added 2 hits for the Fightin' Phils. And Carson Taylor hit the go-ahead home run in the 9th. So, new pitcher in for the Sea Dogs. Rita Senya is in. He'll face Keaton Anthony in 4-5-6, the Fightin' Phils order. We'll get you more on Senya here in a moment as Anthony digs in from the right side. And Senya's first pitch home to him is swung on and missed, 0-1.
23-year-old right-hander, originally from the Dominican Republic, signed by the Red Sox in 2018. Pitched most of last season high A Greenville, the last 7 appearances in Portland a year ago.
0-1 is taken up by Keaton Anthony for a ball. It's 1-1.
Not a whole lot of success in his 7 games with Portland. A ERA almost at 8, 0-1 and 11 in the 3rd inning, 17 strikeouts and 8 walks.
Next pitch, Anthony swings and he fouls it back.
Far more effective in his time in Greenville. 28 appearances. He was 6-1 with a 3.56 earned run average and struck out 67 in 48 innings.
One, two. And that's a breaking pitch in for a called strike 3. Anthony knew it. He's down on strikes for the 2nd time. And that'll bring Hendry Mendez to the plate for Reading. So David Sandlin in total today goes 5 innings, allows 3 hits, 2 runs, both earned, walked 3, and struck out 3 as well. First pitch to him is over for a called strike. It's 0-1. Next pitch to Mendez, takes it down, 1 ball and 1 strike. Mendez, 6'3", 175, native of the Dominican Republic. Next pitch to him is swung on and a 2-hopper to second. Room service hot for Liendo, who waits back on it, fires the first in time, and that is out number 2. So Luis Verdugo is the batter now for the Fightin' Phils. Bats with 2 outs. First pitch is a bit outside for a ball to Verdugo. It's 1-0. Luis Verdugo is 0 for 1 today. Did walk and score a run in today's ball game. 1-0 is over for a called strike. It's 1-1. Pitch home. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2 to Verdugo. Infield back for Portland. Shaded over towards the left side with the righty Verdugo up. Fightin' Phils also have an arm up in the bullpen. Andrew Bechtold. And the next pitch to Verdugo is swung on. 2-hopper to short. Romero has it. Fires the first in time, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Redig Senya. No runs, no hits. Nobody left on base for the Fightin' Phils. We are through 6 from Baseball Town. Portland still on top. It's 5-2. Top half of the 7th inning is presented by White Star Travel, the official group sponsor of the Reading Fightin' Phils. Visit whitestartours.com for more. New pitcher in for the Fightin' Phils. It's Andrew Bechtold, another local product from Chadds Ford, Pennsylvania, making his first appearance for Reading this season and also making his Phillies organizational debut as well, Bob.
Originally drafted by the Twins out of Chipola Junior College in Florida. As Jake said, he played his high school baseball at Garnet Valley High School in suburban Philadelphia. Acquired as a minor league free agent. Last year pitched for the New Hampshire Fisher Cats in the Eastern League. Went in 29 games, went 1-5 with a 5.28 earned run average.
So the first batter that he gets is Max Ferguson, 2-3-4. Do it for the Sea Dogs here in the inning.
Bechtold began his professional career as a position player and switched to pitching full-time in 2024.
1 ball, no strikes to count to Max Ferguson. Pitch home. Bit down, 2 balls and no strikes. Bechtold spent 1 year in the Blue Jays organization, 2024. Spent a lot of time with New Hampshire, who Reading saw a handful of times. And the 2-0 is swung on and fouled straight back. It's 2-1. 5-2, Portland leads, top half of the 7th inning. Game 2 of a 3-game series between the Fightin' Phils and the Sea Dogs. Pitch home is in for a called strike. It's 2-2. Bechtold began his career in the Twins system. Played for them from 2017 to 2023. 2-2 is up, 3-2. 96 on that fastball from Andrew Bechtold. 2023 did appear in a handful of games as a pitcher, but he still played as a position player for 73 games. 3-2 is swung on and lifted. Third base side of the infield. Verdugo, the third baseman, back a couple of steps and makes the catch. That's out number 1. Andrew Walling, very good inning of work in the 6th. 1 inning, struck out the side. That's all that he'll show on the box score tonight, but he'll be happy about that one.
Yeah, well, the troubles of the bullpen over the course of these first 2 games, that's certainly pleasant surprise number 1. Again, Mayer was not bad. He does give up a run, but he didn't get a whole lot of help.
Jungston Sun Garcia's up, and he takes the first one for a ball. It's 1-0. Garcia is 0 for 2 tonight, but did walk and score his last time up in the 5th. 1-0. Swung on and fouled straight back. It's 1-1.
Mayer, the run that Mayer surrenders is on a pass ball on a strikeout, but again, there was a runner on third base because it was a leadoff walk in the inning. So you give him a walk and a hit.
Bechtold fires home. That's a bit outside. It's 2-1 to Garcia. Bechtold, who began his college career at Maryland, played there in 2015 and 16. The 2-1 is down. 3 balls and 1 strike. Transferred to Chipola Junior College for his final collegiate season in 2017. Was drafted out of high school, 37th round pick of the Rangers in 2014, opted not to sign. 3-1 is just south of the knees. That's ball 4, so 1 out walk for Jungston Sun Garcia. Second time he's walked tonight. First walk issued by Bechtold. 4th overall by Fightin's pitching tonight. And that'll bring Blaze Jordan to the plate for Portland.
Gotta like, if you're a Red Sox fan, what Garcia has done. He's been on base 5 times in this series with 1 hit. He's walked 3. He had 3 walks last night, 2 more tonight.
First pitch to Jordan's down for a ball. It's 1-0. Series ends between Reading and Portland tomorrow. 3:15 first pitch. We'll be on the air at 3. First 1,000 kids get a mystery Arphil's bobblehead. Who will it be? Gotta come to find out.
It's a mystery.
Pitch home. Swing and a miss. 1-1.
Jake
Blaze Jordan
Starr.
out in front of a cutter.
Jake Starr bobblehead?
I don't think I've reached that status yet in life.
It's a mystery.
Who knows if I ever will. Ball and a strike to count to Blaze Jordan. 1 for 3 today. Singled his last time up. Bechtold will first check on Garcia at first.
It's always good to have goals. Make one.
To have a bobblehead?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why not? Means you've made your mark. Somebody wants your bobblehead.
That's true.
It's on eBay the next day. It's a little bit depressing.
1-1 is a ball. Throw to second on a stolen base is not in time. So in there safely is Garcia. The stolen base, his first of the season. And Blaze Jordan took it for a ball, so it's 2-1.
It's the 3rd steal now of the night for the Sea Dogs. They have played good fundamental baseball for the most part through the first 2 games in this series.
Pitch home, swing and a miss, 2-2. He's fooled Jordan a couple of times on that cutter already. 88 on it. Garcia leads off second, 1 out. Top half of the 7th inning. Pitch home, Garcia takes off. Pitch swung on, ground ball hole. Tag the runner, Verdugo, spin throw to first, it's offline. So they will get the lead runner. It would be so it'll go down as a 5 unassisted fielder's choice. And the ball couldn't have been hit in a more perfect spot. I think Verdugo kind of rushed to throw a little bit. Didn't realize how much time he had. So Garcia out at third. Jordan safe at first. 5 unassisted fielder's choice. 2 outs now for Ronald Rosario.
Let's hope that doesn't come back to get them. But Verdugo's had a couple of plays like that so far in this series where he's made a good play. He made a great play there, but that should have been a double play.
First one to Rosario is a bit down for a ball. It's 1-0.
You have a runner that does not have good speed and Blaze Jordan. He had plenty of time to make the throw. As Jake said, when he rushed that throw over, just try to guide that throw, whatever it was. But even a good first baseman like Keaton Anthony couldn't save it.
1-0 is down, 2-0. I think it was the spin. He just never reset his feet.
Right. But he had plenty of time to do all that and get the double play, and the Phils should be at the plate. So let's hope, as I said, that they can work out any further trouble here and Bechtold can get out of it.
Pitch home is over for a called strike. It's 2-1 to Rosario. Ronald Rosario tonight, 0 for 3, couple of strikeouts, reached on an error, also reached on a strikeout. 2-1 is down, it's 3-1. Infield back. Second baseman Farquhar nearly behind the second base bag. 3-1 is swung on and tapped down the third base line. It'll trickle foul, and the count goes full, 3-2, meaning that Jordan will be in motion from first on the pitch.
That sounded like it hit the plate, but it didn't. Nobody reacted as if it was, but it was not an issue, obviously, with it bouncing foul.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Top of the 7th, Portland leads 5-2. Jordan leads off first. He'll go on the pitch. Here it is. And that is just outside for a ball. That's ball 4. Ronald Rosario walks. Second one of the inning issued by Bechtold. And that'll bring Luis Ravello to the plate for Portland.
Third baseman Luis Ravello.
Ravello digs in from the left side. 6'1", third baseman tonight. First pitch is up for a ball. It's 1-0. Ravello 1 for 3 in tonight's ball game. Singled and scored back in the second. Has flown out the left his last 2 at-bats. 1-0. Swing and a miss. It's 1-1. Pitch home is swung on a line drive down the right field line. It's fair to roll all the way to the corner. Jordan around third, he'll score. Ravello gets the green light also around third. He'll come home to score, and it's going to be an RBI double for Luis Ravello. Sea Dogs tack on 2 more. It's 7-2. So that play at third did come back to hurt the Fightin Phils.
And that's why I said at the time, you hope that doesn't get back to get you, but they should have been out of this inning. It should have been a double play, and you're out of the inning. And instead, Portland credit, because when Reading has made those kind of mistakes, they have made them pay. Brad Bergeson is going to come out of the dugout now and have a conversation with Bechtold. But walks and not making all the plays in the field, and when they've opened up a door, Portland has kicked it in.
And it's been the first 2 days of this series.
Yep.
Every time it feels like there's been an opportunity,
Yep.
the Sea Dogs have been there. And just 6 hits tonight for Portland, too. It's not like, I mean, Reading out hit them last night. So it'll bring Caden Rose to the plate for Reading. Excuse me, for Portland. The 6th Sea Dog to bat this inning. Man on second, 2 outs. 7-2 Sea Dogs. First pitch, swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Briefly squirted away from McIntosh, but he's able to pounce on it. Reading does now have action going in the bullpen. Daniel Harper is up and throwing. And Bechtold a long look in. Sets himself up at the letters and fires. That one will miss a bit down. It's 1-1. Bechtold again, checks the runner at second. Deals home. And it's swung on and it's popped up. Foul territory, first base side. Keaton Anthony gives it a look up against the facing of the dugout sweep, but it'll bounce foul into the grandstand, and it's 1-2. So a ball and 2 strike to Caden Rose. Luis Ravello remains on second, 2 outs in the inning. One, two. That is over for a called strike 3. First strikeout for Andrew Bechtold ends the top half of the 7th inning. In the inning for Portland, they got 2 runs. They did it on just 1 hit. No errors and 1 man left on base. We are through 6.5. It's time to stretch here at America's Classic Ballpark. Bottom of the 7th up next. Fightin trail at 7-2. We go to the bottom half of the 7th inning with the Fightins trailing at 7-2 against Portland. This inning is brought to you by Swartz Colleton PC. Have you or a loved one been injured? Get justice. Call Swartz Colleton today at 1-800-JUSTICE. Once again, my name is Jake Starr, joined alongside by Bob McCool. Appreciate you spending part of your Saturday evening with us. Game 2 of a 3-game set between Reading and Portland to open up the season. And Paul McIntosh will lead things off for Reading. First pitch home is taking a bit up for a ball. It's 1-0. Radis Senya remains in for Portland. And the pitch is down, 2 balls and no strikes. McIntosh hit a home run back in the 4th, his first home run of the season. 2-0 is swung on and it's lifted. Foul territory, right side. Corey Rozier gives it a look, but right fielder will watch as it goes out of play. Foul, 2-1. McIntosh, the Phillies got in a trade with the Marlins over the winter. 2-1 to him is down for a ball. It's 3-1. And Senyo had a quick 6th inning, fires home, and that misses ball 4. So the first base runner that he has allowed tonight is a leadoff walk to Paul McIntosh. See if the Fightin Phils can find a way to capitalize on it as Marcus Lee Sang will dig on in.
Well, we talked about Portland taking advantage of Reading's issues. Let's see if Reading can figure out a way to get something started here.
Lee Sang digs in from the left side. Pitch home, squares the bunt, and bunts at it foul to the third base side. I think Marcus is kind of kicking himself a little bit after that because the third baseman Ravilla was way over, and he knew if he could have got that down in fair territory, it's basically a base hit.
He would have walked the first base, you're right.
And Ravilla will go right back to where he was, almost at the shortstop spot. 0-1 is taken for a ball by Lee Sang. It's 1-1.
I do also want to tell you, Jake, that it has officially gotten a lot colder than it started. My phone says it's 53. I think my phone is lying.
What's the real feel?
I don't know. Oh, that's a good question. A lot colder, I can tell you that.
A lot colder than 53?
It says 49.
1-1, that's fair. 2-1 as it misses down.
But the brave souls of baseball town are sticking it out.
Still a nice crowd on hand for a chilly spring night. 2-1 is swung on and lace foul down the left field line. It'll go to 2-2 to Lee Sang. Daniel Harper continues to throw in the bullpen, so looks like he'll get the top half of the 8th inning. Two-two, swung on, and it's off the glove of the pitcher. Senya throws the second, and holding the bag is Romero, the shortstop. So 1-6 goes the put out. Safe at first is Lee Sang. He stung that, 97 off the bat, but good job by Radis Senya to knock it down, and it's a fielder's choice.
And again, the Sea Dogs continue to make things happen, and Reading just cannot get a break in any way, but that is a bullet off the bat of Marcus Lee Sang. Senya just kind of stuck his glove up there, and it hit it. And then he almost threw it into center field.
Pitch to Fergus, taken at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1.
And a faster base runner than Paul McIntosh maybe beats that throw out, because it almost pulled Leendo off the bag enough that he couldn't get back in time.
0-1 to Fergus. Next pitch, up and in to the righty. He'll take it. It's 1-1. Fergus today has walked, and he grounded out the short his last time up. And that's going to be a balk, I believe, on the pitcher.
Yep.
Senya. It's called by home plate umpire Brian Laws.
Yeah, it was. And an adamant one at that.
I think he came, it looks like he's saying he came together, then he came apart.
Right.
So first balk we see this season. So it turns into an RBI opportunity for Cade Fergus. Looking for his first hit and run driven in this season. 1-1 is swung on and a tapper down the third base line, but it drifts foul. Our fighting skipper Al Padrique will scoop it up. Ball and 2 strikes to count to Cade Fergus. Making his season debut as a hitter tonight. 1-2 is down, 2-2. Fergus did pitch in last night's game in the 9th inning once it got out of hand. So 2 balls, 2 strikes to Fergus. And the pitch, swing and a miss, struck him out. 95 up at the letters, and Fergus can't catch up to it. So that's out number 2, and it'll bring up the top of the lineup and Trent Farquhar. Farquhar in from the left side. Lee Sang continues to get his lead off second. 2 outs in the 7th. First pitch is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Farquhar 1 for 5 in last night's ball game. Runs scored and a strikeout. 0 for 3 so far tonight. And the 1-0 him is swung on a ground ball, slowly hit towards second. Leendo charges, underhand flip to first is in time, so 4-3 goes the put out. And that ends the home half of the 7th inning. No runs for Reading, no hits, no errors, 1 man left on base. We played 7 full. We'll head to the 8th. Portland's on top, 7-2. We're on to the top half of the 8th inning. Fightin Phillies trail at 7-2. It brings in a new pitcher for Reading, and as Reading goes to the bullpen, I will too. And throw things back over to Bob McCool.
All right, thank you very much, Jake. It is Daniel Harper, the 25-year-old right-hander who come in here for the Fightin Phillies, and obviously his job is to keep the Sea Dogs at bay as Reading comes to the plate here in the Portland comes to plate here, in the top half of the 8th inning with a 7-2 advantage. Harper, 6'4", 225, originally from Kansas, played his college baseball at the University of Kentucky, a 17th round draft pick of the Phillies in 2022. He will face 8, 9, and 1 in the Portland lineup. That's Corey Rozier, Abram Leendo, and Mikey Romero. Rozier on the night, 1 for 3, singled and scored a run in the first and struck out his last 2 times up. And Harper's first pitch to him is a ball. Rozier on base 4 times in last night's game. Drove in 5, drove in another one tonight as well. Now Harper misses inside on his second pitch, so it's quickly 2 balls and no strikes to the left-hand hitter. And that just misses. It's 3-0. Rozier's been traded twice. Originally drafted by the Seattle Mariners in 2021. Was traded along with left-handed pitcher Ray Kerr to San Diego in a trade that brought Adam Frazier to Seattle as he takes that one for a called strike. And then the following season in August, traded from San Diego with Max Ferguson, who is his teammate now with Portland, and Eric Hosmer to Boston. The left-handed pitcher, Jay Groom. 3-1 pitch is outside, ball 4. So Harper walks the leadoff man. That is the 3rd time tonight that the Phil's pitchers have walked the leadoff man. And, oh, by the way, both of them have come around to score. See if Harper can change that pattern as Leendo will bat. He's 1 for 3 with an RBI single back in the 2nd inning. 3-run spot for the Sea Dogs in the 2nd, followed it up with a solo run in the 4th to make it a 4-0 lead. Phil's got 2 of them back in the 5th. And that's a called strike. The 2 runs on the 2-run home run from Paul McIntosh. Portland got another one of those back in the 5th inning to make it a 5-2 game, and then a 2 spot in the 7th. 7-2 Portland on top. Man on first, nobody out. 1-1 pitch. Leendo fouls it out of play, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Harper last year pitched 23 times for Jersey Shore. Got a call up at the end of June here to Reading, and ended up making 21 appearances for the Fightin Phillies. In Reading, 25 innings pitched. He struck out 23, walked 10, had 2 saves in 3 opportunities. This one fouled straight back, and it stays 1-2. Pickoff attempt, not much of a lead for Rozier. He dives back in. Sea Dogs have stolen 3 bases in this game tonight. Big swing, no contact, strike 3. So Liendo goes down swinging for the first out here in the 8th. That flips the lineup around now to Mikey Romero, who's 0 for 3 on the night. Did get on base back in the 4th inning, hit by a pitch. Harper's first pitch to him is outside for a ball. Romero, the number 11 prospect in the Red Sox organization, just 21 years of age. And this one gets away from McIntosh, going to roll all the way to the backstop. And Rozier move up to second base. Presume that'll be a wild pitch. Harper, the 5th pitcher used tonight for the Phils. Gabe Moser started, went 3 1/3. Gunnar Mayer won an inning and 2/3. Andrew Walling won an inning. Andrew Bechtold won an inning. This one lifted up down the third base line. Long run for Verdugo into foul territory. He'll get under it and make the nice catch. Well played by Luis Verdugo. He had to go a long way to get there, as Hendry Mendez, the left fielder, was playing well off the line with the left-handed hitting Romero, so he didn't really have a chance to get there, and Verdugo makes the play. So that's 2 outs now here in the 8th inning. And Rozier has to stay put at second base, as Max Ferguson now will bat. Ferguson 0 for 3 as he stands in. He was one of those players who drew a leadoff walk and came around to score. First pitch to him is over for a called strike. 96 on the radar gun from Daniel Harper. Oh, 1 pitch, just misses. Portland bullpen is quiet, although the last time I said that, the inning ended and Rita Sena came running in. So I'm not going to say that this time because they might be just hiding guys out there. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Ferguson. Swing and a miss, strike 2. This one 95 on the radar gun that Ferguson swings through. So Harper trying to end it right here. Runner at second, 2 down. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Max Ferguson. This one lifted into left. Mendez will have to drift back a little bit, but not very far. He'll squeeze it for the 3rd and final out. And that will end the inning for the Sea Dogs. In the 8th, no runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th. It's 7-2, Portland on top. We head to the bottom half of the 8th inning, and the Phils with a lot of work to do with the sticks. 7 runs on 6 hits and no errors for Portland. 2 runs on 3 hits and 2 errors for the Fightin' Phils. Robert Moore will lead it off for the Phils here in this 8th inning. Jersey Mike Subs offers a sub above with delicious fresh options, including warm and cold subs, freshly baked bread, and freshly sliced meats. Visit their 2 Berks County locations, Fifth Street Highway in Reading and Broadcasting Square in Wyomissing. Order today at jerseymikes.com. Jersey Mike Subs is a proud 2025 Fightin' Phils team feed partner. Robert Moore 0 for 2 on the night, did walk back in the first inning. Infield pop up and a ground out in his other 2 plate appearances. And the first pitch from Ritas Sena, back out for his 3rd inning of work, is high for a ball. Second one bounces up there, and Robert Moore quickly ahead, 2 balls and no strikes. Aiden Miller getting the night off tonight for the Phils after acquiring his first Double-A home run last night with a couple of hits. No doubt be back in the lineup tomorrow, unless there's any kind of a physical situation for Aiden Miller that we're not aware of. Robert Moore takes another one outside for a ball. It's 3-0. If Moore's not taking all the way here, 3 balls and no strikes. And he takes one for a called strike 1. Moore, the switch hitter, acquired with his new teammate, or his now teammate, Hendry Mendez, in November of 2023 from the Milwaukee Brewers in exchange for former Reading Fightin' Phil MVP Oliver Dunn, and Moore takes that one up high for a ball. So Robert Moore draws a walk for the 2nd time in this game, and another leadoff walk for the 2nd straight inning now for the Fightin' Phils. 2nd walk surrendered by Sena, and it'll bring up Leandro Pineda. Pineda 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts so far tonight after picking up 2 hits in last night's game. Left-handed hitter holds the bat high in the air, and the first pitch to him is up high as well. It's 1-0. So Moore takes his lead off of first. Doubtful he's going anywhere with a 5-run deficit. Phil's looking for base runners. 1-0 pitch is low and away. It's 2-0. So a conversation now to be had as Ronald Rosario, the catcher, will call timeout, go talk to his pitcher. As Sena went 1-2-3 for the Phils in the 6th inning, his 1st inning of work. Gave up the leadoff walk last inning to McIntosh, and that didn't phase him at all as he got the next 3 hitters in order. But now walks Robert Moore in 5 pitches and falls behind Leandro Pineda 2-0. So great pitch to hit here for Pineda. Gotta think he can sit fastball. And it's there for a called strike. To 1 pitch, misses outside. Good take there, and Pineda now has himself in a 3-ball and 1 strike count. So sit on a pitch you like, and if it's there, rip it. If not, live to see another. Fist that one foul. So the count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. That's high ball 4. So back-to-back walks here for the Fightins in the 8th. And now we got some activity in the Portland bullpen.
Yeah, we'll see if we see Sean Isaac at all make his way out. And here he comes.
Right-hander Alex Hoppe is the pitcher warming up in the Sea Dog bullpen. So Sean Isaac, as Jake said, the pitching coach will come out and talk to Sena And A settled him down, and B stalled for time. As Keaton Anthony now will bat. Been a bit of a frustrating night for Keaton Anthony, 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts and a ground out. After picking up a couple hits in last night's game and a walk, he was on base 3 times in 5 plate appearances in last night's game. Phil's left 12 on base last night. So far, only 5 left on base for the Phils. They only have 3 hits in this game. But now, Sena walking back-to-back. Combination of Sandlin and Sena have walked 6 Fightin Phil's batters tonight. So Keaton Anthony trying to make him pay for it. 2 on, nobody out. Bottom half of the 8th. First pitch on the inside corner, called strike 1. This one hit hard and into left field for a base hit. Moore held up for a second. They're going to send him, and the throw is cut off in the infield, and Keaton Anthony with an RBI single makes it a 7-3 game.
Another RBI for Keaton Anthony. And for the second straight night, this Sheets RBI guy delivers. And the Fightin Phils now tack on another. And here comes Chad Epperson.
Chad Epperson is going to make the walk to the mound. And that's going to be the end of the night now for Ritas Sena, as the call Alberta University Golden Wolves call the bullpen has been made. So the right-hander Alex Hoppe now will inherit a 2-on, nobody out jam here in the 8th inning.
Alex Hoppe spent all of last year in Portland, went 4-5, a 5.43 ERA across 36 games, 4 for 5 in save opportunities, 66 in a third innings pitch, 81 hits, 37 walks, 66 strikeouts.
First and second, nobody out. 1 run in after the RBI single from Keaton Anthony. And Hendry Mendez is at the plate. Mendez 1 for 3 on the night. He also had a base hit taken away from him on a tremendous play by the third baseman, Luis Ravello. Mendez, the left-hand hitter, settles in. Hoppe takes a look back at second, comes with his first pitch, and it bounces up there, and it's 1 ball and no strikes. So Mendez looking for his first RBI of the 2025 season, with Pineda at second base and Anthony at first. Hoppe takes a look back at Pineda, comes to the plate. Broken bat roller towards first. Jordan throws to second for 1. That's all they'll get. So the fielder's choice retires Anthony at second base for out number 1 here in the 8th inning.
I thought for a second Jordan was just going to try to take the easy out at first, but he at least tried to get not the lead runner, but one of the leader runners. So Good play by Jordan, and another broken bat. Went a few innings, so it felt like it's been a while.
I was going to say, the first 3 innings, I think we had about 5 broken bats. It's been a while since that. But it does move Pineda now to third base. Mendez at first. Runners at the corners and 1 out for Luis Verdugo. And Verdugo takes the first pitch outside for a ball. Verdugo 0 for 2 on the night. Walked and scored a run in front of the on-deck hitter Paul McIntosh's 2-run home run back in the 4th inning. Run across for the Phils, down by 4 here. 1-0 pitch coming to Luis Verdugo. Outside for a ball. And another one outside. No, he called out on the corner. Outside corner for a strike.
Yeah, I guess
2-1.
Just nicked the corner.
So 2 balls and 1 strike now to Verdugo. And that's low ball 3. So another hitter's count here for the Fightins. At 3 balls and 1 strike. Leandro Pineda takes his lead off of third. Hendry Mendez off of first. Big hole again to shoot through on that right side if Verdugo can go that way on 3-1. And he takes it on the outside corner again. It's 3-2.
I don't think Verdugo liked that call. He was already a couple steps towards first base. Looked like from up here, though, it was in the zone.
So now the count is full. 1 out in the inning. And that's definitely outside, and that's definitely ball 4. I don't think Verdugo wanted to run right away just to be sure.
Just to be safe.
That is the 3rd walk in the inning now. First, obviously, surrendered by Hoppy since coming in. But the bases are now loaded. So the tying run comes to the plate in the presence of Paul McIntosh, who provided the power in this game so far for the Phils with a 2-run home run back in the 4th inning. The first pitch to him is over for a called strike 1.
Well, you're 1 swing of the bat away from this game being tied. McIntosh showed us the power earlier in the game.
And walked in the 7th, so he's officially 1 for 2 on the night. 0-1 pitch. Ripped into left field. Over is Rose to dive and make the diving catch. Pineda will tag and score, and that will make it a 7-4 game on a fine diving catch by the left fielder, Caden Rose.
Yeah, that's risky. If that gets by Rose, that probably clears the bases. But a heck of a play from him. It goes down as a sacrifice fly, so a good night for Paul McIntosh continues. But tying run still up. Here's Marcus Lee Sang. We've seen him have his fair share of big hits. Had a big home run. Pinch hit one, I believe, against Portland in the Marsh rehab game last June.
So the other 2 runners have to stay put. Mendez is at second. Verdugo is at first. And the first pitch to Lee Sang is a called strike. Marcus on the night 1 for 3 with a single back in the 4th inning. Left-handed hitter facing the right-handed pitcher, Alex Hoppy. Takes a look at second, comes with his 0-1 pitch. That's low for a ball. Hoppy, a 6th-round draft pick of the Red Sox in 2022 out of University of North Carolina, Greensboro. 1-1 pitch from him. Takes a second look now over his shoulder to second. And it's slapped the other way. It's down for a base hit. On a hop, Rose comes up with it. They'll put up the stop sign. Ball got away from Ravello for a moment, but Al Padrique had put up the stop sign as it got to Cade Rose in a hurry.
Well, here's a big spot for Cade Fergus. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Fergus still looking for his first hit of the night.
0 for 2 on the night. Did walk back in the third inning. Infield ground out and a strikeout in 3 plate appearances. Bases, again, are loaded for the Phils. 2 runs across and looking for a little more. Down 7-4. Bottom half of the 8th. Fergus, first pitch, up high for a ball.
Yeah, it's that upper part of the zone has pretty much been called a ball most of the night. So you see Fergus knows that, says, hey, I don't love that pitch. I'm going to let it go.
Hoppy working from the stretch with the bases loaded. Fergus started it and went around.
You're going to say when. Fergus did not like that call at all.
And that was the home plate umpire, Brian Laws, did not look for
any help.
He said, nope, I got it. Said it's swing. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike now to Cade Fergus. And that's there for strike 2.
Really perfect spot with that fastball.
Yeah, it looked
outside
like,
corner.
It looked like Fergus, it was a fastball, but it looked like he must have been looking at something off speed. He just looked fooled on it. So it's 1-2 now to Cade Fergus. Fists it foul, looped it down the first base line and out of play.
Pretty defensive swing,
Yep.
too, from Fergus. I think he kind of got jammed on it, but hey, let's put it out of play, stay alive, see another one. Don't need anything big here. Just a single will do.
Mendez, the runner at third. Verdugo at second. Lee Sang at first. 1 ball and 2 strikes to the batter, Cade Fergus. Top of the order, and Trent Farquhar hoping that he gets a shot here, too. Big cut comes up with a foul ball straight back.
Really good cut on that one.
Yeah, so even though he seemed to be a little bit off on the timing with Hoppy, or picking it up from Hoppy, he was on that one. So Hoppy giving him a steady diet of fastballs here. See what happens on this one. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Just misses. It's 2-2.
That was a gutsy take from Cade Fergus.
98 on the gun from Hoppy. He has consistently hit the last 4 pitches, 97, 98. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Cade Fergus. Over for a called strike 3, and that will do it for the Phils here in the 8th. They do put 2 runs across. They do it on 2 hits. There were no errors, and they leave the bases loaded. We'll head to the 9th. It's now 7-4, Sea Dogs on top. Tonight's attendance at FirstEnergy Stadium, 4,108. Thanks to our friends at PSECU for presenting tonight's attendance. PSECU is proud to be one of the largest credit unions in Pennsylvania. We head to the ninth. Daniel Harper back out there for his second inning of work for the Fightin Phils. And he'll face the middle of the lineup, Justinson Garcia, Blaze Jordan, and Ronald Rosario for the Sea Dogs. And the first pitch from Harper is there for a called strike 1 to Garcia, who's been on base twice in this game, both by way of a walk, so he's officially 0 for 2. Also has scored a run. A 1 pitch from Harper. Big swing, off pitch, off balance swing by Garcia. And he comes up empty. It's no balls and 2 strikes. So Garcia has walked a total of 5 times so far in this series as he calls time here, down 0-2. Fouls this one back to stay alive. Garcia, a season ago, played at 3 different levels. He started the season at Salem, played 24 games there, promoted at the end of May to Greenville, played 53 games at High A Greenville, and then on August the 13th got promoted to Portland and finished up the season playing the last 30 games for the Sea Dogs. And the pitch is outside. It's 1-2.
Nickname is The Password.
Which is a great nickname. If you see his name on the scoreboard here, it's JHOSTYNXON. So he fouls this one back. Because it's one of those things where, like, when you first sign on to something, when you're going to get a password, like, that's what it would look like.
And has all the check.
Correct.
Capital number.
Correct.
10. Special
correct. And then
so
you create your own password from that. And that's fouled straight back. Baseball is the best sport there is when it comes to coming up with nicknames. And that is a great nickname because of the unusual spelling of his first name.
I thought you were going to say baseball is a great sport for passwords, too.
Well, it could be. But it is the best at coming up with nicknames. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. It's also a lot easier to say than just stinks. And he takes that one up high for a ball. It's 2-2. He's just 22 years of age and only turned 22 in December. And he lines this one into right field. That's going to be a base hit. It's going to roll all the way down to the corner. Garcia will roll into first base and head towards second with a stand-up double. So again, as they've done on multiple occasions, the Sea Dogs, whenever the Phils get a little bit of offense going, they seem to answer right back. And Garcia gets the 9th inning started with an opposite field double. And I'll bring Blaze Jordan to the plate.
Was a fastball to the righty, 95 outside part of the plate. So what you're supposed to do, wait it back on it, squared it up, send it to the right side.
Jordan 1 for 4 on the night and now 1 for 7 on the season. Looking for his first RBI of the year. The cleanup man settles in. Open stance for Blaze Jordan. Takes the first pitch outside for a ball. Jordan came here 2 years ago as part of a dynamic infield for Portland and included Marcelo Meyer. And he was right there with them in terms of high-ranked prospects, but he's kind of fallen off of favor as he's battled through some injury issues over the last 2 seasons. Takes that one for a called strike 1. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. But even in the time that he has played, Jordan has not yet shown the power that the Red Sox thought he would, but he's still just 22 years of age. And he is a big dude at 6'2" and 220. Takes that one outside. It's 2-1. Drafted by Boston out of DeSoto Central High School in Mississippi back in 2020 in the 3rd round. And again, Harper misses outside. It's 3-1. Right back the line drive, but Farquhar was right there, and the second baseman grabs it for out number 1.
That is called scouting report to perfection. Farquhar in the right spot, and ball hit right to him. Hit hard, 104 off the bat, but Farquhar doesn't really have to move at all and makes the play.
That will bring Ronald Rosario to the plate. Rosario has been on base twice without a hit. A couple of strikeouts, was safe on an error, and walked and scored a run in the 7th. First pitch to him is outside for a ball. If you missed it, the Phils dropped their game this afternoon to the Los Angeles Dodgers by a 3-1 score. Aaron Nola ends up absorbing his second loss of the season. Didn't pitch terribly. 1-0 pitch outside for a ball. Nola pitched 6 innings, gave up 7 hits and 3 runs. 2 more home runs surrendered by Nola. That's the way the Dodgers scored their 3 runs. Phils didn't muster much offense at all, just 4 hits. So that series is tied at 1 game apiece. 2-0 pitch, hit hard on a couple of hops to Verdugo at third. Takes a look at the runner, makes the throw across in plenty of time for out number 2, and Garcia stays put.
Here comes Al Padrique. Looks like that's going to be it for Daniel Harper. And we're going to get, looks like Nelson Alvarez, who did pitch last night, is going to get a back-to-back.
So Harper's night is done after 33 pitches. And the Alvernia University Golden Wolves call to the bullpen will bring Alvarez in when we come back after this. The Alvernia University Golden Wolves call the bullpen will bring Nelson Alvarez into the game. As Jake said, Alvarez did pitch in last night's game, and it was not a grand debut.
No, Alvarez gave up 4 earned runs on 2 hits in just 1/3 of an inning pitch. Faced 5 batters, so he gets a back-to-back opportunity here to try to get one out here and get out of this inning.
First batter he faces is Luis Ravello, the switch hitter. Batting from the left-hand side, and the first pitch from Alvarez is up high for a ball. Garcia, the runner at second, 2 outs. 1-0 pitch is inside for a ball. Alvarez last night came in relief of Gene Cabrera, got the last out of the 5th inning, was just fine. Then the 6th inning started, and it did not start well for Nelson Alvarez, and it didn't go well for the Fightin' Phils. 2-0 pitch is ripped foul down the first baseline.
Thankfully hits open seats. That was hit hard. 105 it was coming down the right field grandstand.
It was a 7-run 6th inning last night for the Sea Dogs that flipped what had been a 5-1 Fightin' Phils lead to Portland's advantage. 2-1 pitch, is over for a called strike 2. So Alvarez has quickly come back to put Ravello in a 2-2 count. Phils will have the top of the order up in the bottom of the 9th. And we're going to find out now as Alvarez gets a swing and a miss and strike 3. to end the ninth inning. For the Sea Dogs in the ninth, no runs, one hit, no errors, and one man left. We'll head to the ninth. Portland 7, Reading 4. We head to the ninth, last chance for the home team. They're down 7-4. Alex Hoppe back out there for the Sea Dogs. And he will face the top of the order. Trent Farquhar, Robert Moore, and Leandro Pineda for the Fightin' Phils.
Got the top of the order up. You're down by 3. See if the Fightin' Phils can put a rally together. Got the bases loaded last inning. They've left 8 aboard tonight. See if they can change that script here and get some momentum on their side.
Farquhar steps to the plate, 0 for 4 on the night. Back at it tomorrow afternoon for the final game of this 3-game homestand. 3:15 is our first pitch. First pitch to Trent Farquhar there for a called strike 1. And again, it's a mystery bobblehead giveaway for kids tomorrow. And then after the game is over with, fans get to run the bases. No balls and 1 strike to Trent Farquhar. Fouls this one straight back. It's no balls and 2 strikes. And of course, if you can't make it out here, Jake and I will have the call of the game for you, beginning with our pregame show at 3 o'clock on 830WEU.com. Our new broadcast partner for the 2025 season. No balls and 2 strikes to Trent Farquhar. And he misses for a ball. It's 1-2. Hoppe came on last inning. Inherited a bit of a jam. Ultimately surrendered a run and then worked his way out of any further trouble, including striking out Cade Fergus to end the 8th with the bases loaded. And that one bounces up there, and all of a sudden the count is now 2 balls and 2 strikes to Trent Farquhar. So his job is to do what the man on the on-deck circle did to start the 8th inning, and that's get on board and try and get a rally started. Robert Moore did that in the 8th. Farquhar trying to do it here in the 9th. Fist this one foul and out of play. Hoppe takes a look in at his catcher. Comes with his 2-2 pitch. And that's low ball 3. So after falling behind, no balls and 2 strikes, Farquhar has now worked the count full. Beats that one foul and stays alive.
Just keeps fighting it off. Farquhar does. 0 for 4 tonight, so he's definitely due, you could say.
Played at 3 levels last year. Started the season at Clearwater, played 32 games for the Threshers, then promoted in July to Jersey Shore. Played 38 more games for the Blue Claws before coming here to Reading for the last 5 games after his September 10th promotion. 3 balls and 2 strikes to him. Up high, ball 4. Job done by Trent Farquhar. Second walk that Hoppy has given up. It's also the 4th walk in the last inning and now change for this Sea Dog pitching staff. And here's Robert Moore, who we talked about, got the last inning started with a walk. He's walked twice in tonight's game, so he's officially 0 for 2. First pitch, there for a strike. Third baseman Luis Ravello well off the line at third. With the switch hitting Robert Moore batting left-handed. That's way outside. It's 1-1. Infield plays more to pull. Outfield plays him more the other way, especially in center with Garcia and left with Rose. Rozier and right pretty much straight away and deep. 1 ball and 1 strike to Moore. Big swing, no contact, went chasing after a high fastball. It's 1-2. And that's outside, ball 2. It's 2-2. Alex Hoppy takes a step off the rubber. Keep wanting to call him Hoppy.
That's a former Fightin' Phil.
Correct. For his trade to the Los Angeles Angels. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Robert Moore. Ground ball through the right side and into right field for a base hit. Farquhar will just put on the brakes at second base. Not going to take any chances on the base pass. Fightin' Phils have the first 2 men on base and the tying run walking to the plate in Leandro Pineda.
Well, there's a guy we know who has the power to tie this game up with 1 swing. It's Leandro Pineda. Good piece of hitting by Robert Moore. Hit it hard, found a hole. The Fightins have the first 2 aboard.
Pineda also walked in that 8th inning, came around to score one of the 2 runs in the 8th inning for the Fightins. His only time on the base pass in this game, 0 for 3 prior to that walk. Played umpire Brian Laws was doing a little maintenance work, something on the top step of the dugout. He wanted off the field of play as Pineda steps into the left-handed batter's box. 2 on, nobody out. Up high, ball 1. Portland bullpen is quiet, so Hoppy has dug himself a hole here, and it's his job to clean it up. 1-0 to Pineda. Way inside, it's 2-0. Center fielder Garcia is pretty shallow for Leandro Pineda, cheating him a little bit the other way as well.
Huge gap in right center. If you can line a ball out that way.
2 balls and no strikes to him. He lifts this one foul and out of play down the third baseline. So it's 2-1 now to Pineda. Line this one down the third base line again, and it's 2-2.
I mean, more pitches Pineda sees from Hoppy. More he's going to get on it. Better he's going to time it up. Sure, he probably feels pretty good right now. We'll see what Hoppy comes with on the 2-2.
Pineda, the 22-year-old, was promoted here to Reading in July of last season, but unfortunately came to a quick end with the injury as he swings and foul tips. No, he did not foul tip it. It's a swing and a miss, and that's a strikeout.
Second strikeout for Hoppy brings up Keaton Anthony, and a good job by Hoppy going off speed there because I think he could sense that Pineda was getting on the fastball, so he went off speed. Sean Isaac's going to come out. Looks like Portland does have someone who's now starting to get up, so
He just got up.
I guess trying to kill some time.
It's 38 pitches now for Hoppy. With only now one out here in this ninth inning, as Keaton Anthony will be the batter.
Zach Bryant is up and throwing.
So Brian Laws will come out and break up the meeting at the mound, which is as much of a stall as it is a conversation and about strategy. Keaton Anthony 1 for 4 on the night, singled his last time up. Drove in a run as well. He's in a similar situation here with runners at first and second and one out. Phil's down by 3. And Anthony right now representing the tying run at home plate. First pitch, there, strike one. So about a 10-mile-an-hour difference between Hoppy's fastball and the cutter he just threw Keaton Anthony. No balls and a strike to Anthony. This one slapped the other way, but right out to first baseman Jordan. Thought about throwing to second. He'll take the sure out at first for number 2.
Yeah, last time Jordan did go to second. This time he just takes the bag himself, which in a situation like that, the runner on second doesn't matter.
Nope.
So just get the out.
Yep.
That's what he did.
Bad things can happen on that throw from the first baseman to the shortstop covering. You can hit the runner. You can airmail it in the left field. All kinds of bad things can happen. So best plan there is exactly what Blaze Jordan did. Get it out. 2 outs. In the meantime, Farquhar moves to third, Moore to second, and Hendry Mendez will bat. The first pitch to him is outside for a ball. So the situation remains the same. Tying run at the plate now in Hendry Mendez, who is 1 for 4 on the night. He did single back in the second inning. Slapped it the other way and also had a base hit taken away from him by the third baseman, Luis Ravello. That's way inside. Good stop on a backhand by Rosario. Keeps the 2 runners at their respective spots. Farquhar at third and Moore at second. Phil's down to the last out here in the bottom of the ninth. Looking to avoid an 0-2 start. That's on the inside corner for a called strike one. And that's low. It's 3-1. So Mendez got himself in a good count here. 3 balls and 1 strike. Hoppy does have a base open and a right-handed hitter in the on-deck circle in Verdugo, but I sincerely doubt that's what he's thinking about here. This one fouled out of play. Count is now full. The 3-2 pitch. Low ball 4. Hendry Mendez will load the bases. Walk number 3 in the inning.
And here
that could be the end. Yep.
Chad Epperson.
So we'll have yet another pitching change as Chad Epperson will walk to the mound, and he'll make the Alvernia University Golden Wolves call to the bullpen. And so, as we said, Chad Epperson has made the call to the bullpen, and the new pitcher to try to get out of this mess for the Portland Sea Dogs is the right-hander Zach Bryant.
And Zach Bryant with a T, so not Zach Bryan,
say,
the country singer.
Doesn't he have a couple of songs out?
So Zach Bryant last year, 23 games in total, mostly with Portland, did rehab in the Complex League. 4-1, a 4.76 ERA, 3-5 in save situations. This is a save situation for him. 34 innings pitched, 37 hits, 14 walks, 34 strikeouts. Opponents at 278 against him, gave up 5 home runs in 34 innings last year. So, see what happens here. It's going to be Luis Verdugo who he faces.
Verdugo with the bases loaded and 2 outs. So the Phils now have the tying runs on the base paths. And the winning run steps to the plate in Verdugo, who has been on base twice tonight, both with walks. So he is looking for his first hit of the 2025 season. Right-handed hitter stepping in. First pitch, low, at the knees for a called strike 1. Good speed on the base pass if Verdugo can find green grass. Farquhar at third, Moore at second, Mendez at first. Fouled straight back. It's quickly no balls and 2 strikes. So now the Phils are down to their final strike. Runners take their lead off the bag. Bryant from the stretch. The 0-2 pitch to the plate. Misses ball 1. Just a bit high. Verdugo lays off. Lifted straight up, shallow center field. Garcia calls for it, will squeeze and make the catch for the 3rd and final out. Phils are retired, and for the 2nd consecutive inning, leave the bases loaded. For Reading in the 9th, no runs. There was 1 hit, there were no errors, and 3 left. And the Sea Dogs take Game 2 by a final score of 7-4. We'll take a timeout. Back with a post-game show and a wrap after this. Tonight's postgame show is presented by White Star Tours. White Star Travel, the official group sponsor of the Reading Fightin' Phils. Visit whitestartours.com for more information. Reading Fightin' Phils drop game 2 of this series tonight to the Portland Sea Dogs as Portland wins it by a final score of 7-4. Sea Dogs struck first against Gabe Moser, the starter for the Phils in inning number 2. After Moser did quick work with the first 5 batters he faced, Luis Ravello led it off with a single, followed by Kane Rose with a single, and then Corey Rozier, who had 5 RBIs in game 1 of this series, added his 6th RBI of the season with a base hit as well. And on the play, Leandro Pineda had some trouble with it in the outfield. That allowed Kane Rose to score as well. Abram Leando then drove in Rozier, who moved up to second base on the error to make it a 3-0 game in favor of the Sea Dogs, who added another in the third. As Moser walked the leadoff man, Max Ferguson, he stole second base and then came around to score on an error by Luis Verdugo and made it a 4-0 game. Fightin' Phils finally got on the board in the 4th. Verdugo walked with 2 outs, and then Paul McIntosh drove one into the deck in left field for a 2-run home run, his first of the season, his first start of the season. And with the 2-run home run, the Phils had cut the deficit to a 4-2 game, but Portland came right back with a run in the 5th, and again, it started with a lead-off walk, this time to Yastinson Garcia, followed by a single from Blaze Jordan, and then eventually with Garcia at third base and 2 outs in the inning, it was a strikeout, with 1 out in the inning, it was a strikeout to Ronald Rosario that McIntosh could not hold on to the baseball, went all the way to the backstop, and that allowed Garcia to score on what was a strikeout and a pass ball, and it made it a 5-2 game. And then the Sea Dogs added on 2 more in the 7th inning. And they did that on just 1 hit, but there were some a couple of walks in the inning as well. But it was a 2-run double from Luis Ravello that plated those 2 walks. That made it a 7-2 game. The Phils came back with some runs in the 8th inning. It got started with a Robert Moore walk, followed by another walk to Leandro Pineda. Then Keaton Anthony brought Moore in with a single. On a fielder's choice, Henry Mendez was safe at first base. Anthony retired at second. That put runners at the corners. Luis Verdugo walked. That loaded the bases for McIntosh, who roped one down the third base line, and a fine diving catch by Kane Rose turned that simply into a sacrifice fly, allowing Pineda to score and another RBI for McIntosh, his 3rd of the game. And it made it a 7-4 game. And then Marcus Lee Sang singled to load the bases for Cade Fergus. And Fergus struck out looking to end the inning. And it made it a 7-4 game. Phils come back in the 9th inning, get a leadoff walk from Trent Farquhar, a single from Moore. Then Pineda struck out, grounded out by Keaton Anthony. Then Mendez walks, and again they had the bases loaded. But this time, Verdugo flies softly to center field for the 3rd and final out. So the Phils left the bases loaded in both the 8th and the 9th inning after leading them loaded twice in last night's game. So the LOB category is racking up for the Fightin' Phils through the first 2 games of the 2025 season. David Sandlin gets the win. He was the starter for the Sea Dogs and went 5 innings. Gave up 3 hits, 2 runs, both of them earned, walked 3, and struck out 3. Gabe Moser gets the loss for the Phils, and obviously he is 0-1 on the season. Zach Bryant gets the save. He came on to get the final out of the 9th inning. Time of the game, 3 hours and 15 minutes, played in front of 4,108 here at FirstEnergy Stadium. And tomorrow afternoon, 3:15, the final game of this 3-game series for the Phils and the Sea Dogs. Griff McGarry will get the start for Reading, and left-hander Connolly Early will get the start for Portland. 3:15 again is game time. The Diamond Credit Union Plaza opens up at 2. The Seating Bowl at 2:15. Kids receive a mystery bobblehead and all fans get to run the bases after the game is over with. 7-4 is our final score, as the Sea Dogs now are 2-0 in the season, and obviously Reading is at 0-2. The Phils will try to change that, pick up win number 1 of the 2025 season tomorrow afternoon here at FirstEnergy Stadium. We hope to see you here. If not, we'll have the call of the game for you right here on the Reading Fightin' Phils radio network and our flagship 830 WEU.com. For my broadcast partner, Jake Starr, my name is Bob McCool. Thank you for listening to Reading Fightin' Phils Baseball. Have yourselves a great night. We'll see you at the ballpark.